EU Hubs for Data. The session is about how we're federating data resources to boost companies developing AI solutions. My name is Natalie Chernetska. I work at TerraLab IMT, where I'm head of business development, and EU Hubs for Data project. We lead the work package, which is called Toolkit for Federated Services. And so I'm now going to introduce the session briefly and sort of the order of the speakers, and then we'll go into the presentations right away. So the session will be constructed in the following way. We will start with the overview of the project and some of the challenging we're facing building this federated model of the organization, but also federating resources. And federation is really a key word in our project. And it will be presented by Guillermo Amat from ITI in Spain. ITI is the coordinator of this project. Then we are going to share experiences from a partner's point of view. We have multiple partners in the project, I think over 20 now, and Andrea Manzi and Levente Farkas from EGI Foundation are going to speak about their experiences providing data resources and also working on different interoperability tasks. And then after partner experiences, we're moving towards companies, because one of the part of the project are experiments with those resources that we provide by real companies developing real world solutions. And we have three speakers. We have Kirill Blashko from Tunnel. We have Mauro Manente from Latitudo 40. And we have Andrei Kostin from Binare.io, who are all going to share their insights from participating in pilots of the project. If you have any questions to any of our speakers, you can put them in the chat, and at the end we are going to have a Q&A session for the entire Q&A session for the entire session. And the session is 1 hour, so we have a lot of ground to cover. So without further ado, I will introduce more in detail our first speaker, who is Guillermo Amat. Guillermo, please switch on your camera. And he is a director of technology support to R&D area at ITI, Instituto Tecnológico de Informática in Valencia. ITI coordinates the project. And for our project, he's also the technical manager. So he's extremely well positioned to explain to you both our federated model and also the technical challenges we are facing to build the catalog. So Guillermo, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Natalie. I'm going to share my presentation. So, okay, and now I'm sharing. So thank you very much, Natalie. As you said, I'm Guillermo Amat. I work for ITI. I'm the technical manager of EU Hubs for Data project. And I want to introduce you and to explain you how we're implementing a federation model for the hubs participating in this project. First of all, I want to explain the main objectives and the challenge we have in the project. So, as you can see in this map, we are 21 hubs currently from different parts of Europe, and we are trying to create a federation of digital innovation hubs. And as I said, we are currently 21. At the beginning of the project, we were 12, and in the next year, we will join. There will be more hubs joining until the name of 30. As you can imagine, each one of these hubs have their own catalog of their own sets of services, data sets, and courses that are the kind of assets that we want to federate in this entity. So this is the main objective. We want to act as a single entity, which is a federation of hubs, and to achieve that, we have to create a common catalog of assets, and we want also to offer these assets to the SMEs, but giving them local support with a local presence of all the hubs. To that, we need to implement technology, but there are other considerations to take into account. There are ethical, legal considerations regarding data that we are sharing, but also there are the concept of data sovereignty. That is also quite important. In this speech, I will focus mainly in the technological aspects. This is the final picture of what we want. This is the real federation working, connecting all the hubs within them, and this means technology. This means to implement interoperability from the technological point of view. After this, we will be really offering services, datasets, and whatever to the SMEs as a real federation of federated resources. So now I want to explain what we have done during the first year of the project, or our first steps. And the main idea was to implement this interoperability, and to do that, we needed to create a trusted environment to share that data. To do that, we thought that the best option was to adopt the standard proposed by the International Data Spaces Association and covered in the reference architecture model. In addition to that, in the project, we have 3 rounds of experiments where SMEs could apply. So we wanted to use this round of experiments to improve our implementation of interoperability and the ways that we are collaborating. To do that, we thought that the best option was to request to the applicants to select different services from different DIHs to force us to collaborate, to interoperate, and to combine these services or services with datasets from different hubs. So the idea was simple, just to create a catalog, to publish a catalog of assets, and then to implement this interoperability before starting the execution of the first round of experiments. And then we will use the second and third rounds to improve everything. So we did that. We published the catalog. We published the first version of the catalog, categorizing all our services, our data sets, and then we tried to implement the interoperability thing using the IDSA components. In other words, following the reference architecture model from IDSA. At the same time, we launched the first open call. We selected 10 experiments. And as you know, we will have 3 of them today explaining their experience later. These experiments are very interesting in terms that they are applying big data, machine learning and artificial intelligence to big data. And this is how these experiments are making us to collaborate. This circle, each column in this circle represents a hub of the federation, and you can see the lines how one hub is collaborating with another on because of an experiment. Okay. So we are not finished yet in this first round of experiments. We are month of 8 of 9, but we have some lessons learned currently. On the positive side, we have reached a high level of collaboration between hubs, but also between hubs and SMEs. Also, we are quite happy. We are proud of the list of services that we have been offering to the SMEs, because we are seeing how they are progressing in the experiments using these services, using our support, even our consultancy, and we are following these experiments and we are seeing how they are reaching their goals. But not everything is perfect. I said before that we were trying to implement interoperability before starting the execution of experiment, but that was impossible for us because the lack of knowledge of the reference architecture model and everything that involves the technology of the reference architecture model and the interoperability, and also because of the state of the components which were compliant with the IDSA standards, because they were under continuous development, adding features day by day and increasing the version, and sometimes without having backwards compatibility. And this made it impossible for us to implement this technological aspect before starting the experiments. So what we are doing now is to continue with this work. We are also having the same objective to create a data space, a common data space, a data space of federated resources. And to achieve this and to reduce this technology gap, we are working on 3 main pillars. The first one is still the same, is implementing IDSA components following the reference architecture model. The second one is to improve the catalog. Today we are starting the second open call of experiments. I will explain a little more later. And the third pillar is the service delivery framework, which is a component that we are developing. So regarding the first one, now we are using the version 6 of the data space connector, which we think is stable and usable. And indeed, we have a first testing scenario where 2 hubs are sharing data, one using different connectors on our sites. And the first objective in this area is to provide access to dataset using connectors. Regarding the catalog, we have published the second version of the catalog. We have improved the categorization, the data that we use to detail every single service or dataset. And in the future, we want to give some more features to the members of the federation to control even better what they are publishing in the catalog, to have control of what they have in the local catalog, but what they are sharing with the federated version of the catalog. And also we want to have a tool to validate especially data sets that could have some concern related to legal or ethical aspects. Finally, the service delivery framework is the component that we are developing, and is the one that will help us to share the metadata between the nodes of the federation. And we want to use this component to update the catalog, but also to update the items that are published in the data space connector. Currently, we have a proof of concept software that is able to communicate this metadata between different nodes. And that's all. I want to remind you to announce again that we are opening today the second open call of experiments. If you are an SME, I'm inviting you to check this URL that you have at the bottom. The open call will be open until February. We will have a webinar in 2 weeks, I think, and a second webinar in January explaining everything that you will need. And that's all from my side. Now I'm giving the floor to Andrea that is going to explain a little more about the use cases that we are implementing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Guillermo. That was a very interesting introduction into the project, and I really like the way you emphasized the very iterative and collaborative nature of this project, and the fact that we are constantly reflecting and also acting upon lessons learned. And I think I really hope this is very useful for this project, but I also hope this will inspire other projects also to move in this cycle of continuous improvement. Thanks a lot. Now let's move on, because as I said, we have a very tight schedule, and we are going now to talk about experiences of a partner providing their services, of working on different activities, interoperability, data sharing in this project. And I'm going to give the floor. It's going to be a 2-man show. They're going to be Andrea Manzi and Levente Farkas. They both work at EGI Foundation. And Andrea is a data solution manager. He is actually service owner of the EGI data services. And in the project, he leads work package in charge of data sets. And Levente is a cloud solution architect, technical solution team at EGI Foundation. All right, so Andrea, Levente, the floor is yours.
So good morning, everyone. Thanks a lot, Natalie, for the introduction. So I'm going to describe a little bit the EGI Foundation DH, the start, and then explaining a little bit what are the services that we are providing also in the context of EOX for data. And then I will introduce one of the services that we are delivering as part of the federated catalog of the project, and how we implement interoperability, and we are trying to implement interoperability of this service using IDS connector, as also mentioned by introduced by Guglielmo previously. So first of all, I will, and the second part, of course, will be covered by Levante, my colleague Levante. So basically, we have as GI is a federation. The GI Federation is the international infrastructure that provides advanced computing and data analytics for research and innovation. And basically, it is governed and by a council of 26 countries and international organization, and the AGI Foundation, where it's based in Amsterdam, and is the basically it's organization, the non-profit organization, which is organizing the activities of the AGI Federation. And the AGI Foundation itself is BDAVA member since March 2019, and of course we are a member of the US4Data project. We have been so here I put a list of the different participants with the countries and the representative in the council. We are running since a couple of years also the Digital Innovation Hub. So the idea is of the Digital Innovation Hub is to help and support companies in the adoption and test and validation of computing technologies in order to become more competitive. And of course, we would like to have provide with the Digital Innovation Hub an open and innovative environment for experimentation, training, and networking. And on the other hand, we would like to open to innovation also to other GI Federation members by relationship with the business sector and with external company. The idea, as an example of different industrial relationship, we have, of course, relationship with typically with startups on SSME, which are, of course, benefit most for the piloting and proof of concept and consultancy, and also the visibility activities. But we'd also have like a connection with the larger entities. And of course, by participating in also in project with the industry partners, like of course we have US4Data, but also others. We are reaching also other SMEs and industry partner. So the as I said before, we have it's an international infrastructure for computing. So basically, the service catalog that we offer is mainly related to compute, storage, and data. So cloud, high throughput compute. But also data services for storage and for data transfer and data management. And others, and we also have like a specific expertise on service management, and also we deliver trainings on security and FITSM. And here highlighted the services that we are currently delivering and publishing in the catalog of the services in the US4Data. And also mentioned by Guglielmo, we are participating in the first open call of the experiments with supporting like 2 SME that have been selected during the first project open call. One of the services that we are federating in the US4Data, it's the Data Hub. Basically, this is one of the services that part of our portfolio, and it's based on One Data technology. And the main functionality of this service is that it allows the aggregating data providers, which are running this particular component, which is called One Provider. Basically, it offers functionality also of open data repository, so we can have like sharing the data for anonymous access, or also possibility to assign PIDs or DOIs. It also includes metadata index service, and in general is a platform for hybrid cloud data management and on the processing environments, with offer also easy access via POSIX to different backends, which are provided, which are like abstracted over this software that we're installing. So the idea now is that, as before, we're working with IDS referent architecture in order to enable the federation of this service with the rest of the US4Data Federation. And I give the floor to Levante in order to explain how we are using IDS and the concept behind. Thanks a lot.
Good morning, everyone. If Andrea presented the EGI Data Hub as a federated storage solution, I would like to talk about the challenges in making it part of the EU Hubs for Data project. As you probably know, this project aims to establish a European federation of big data digital innovation hubs, providing a pan-European catalog of data sources and services, with the ambition of becoming a reference instrument for sustainable data-driven cross-border experimentation and innovation. Well, with such ambitious goals, this project faces multiple challenges, of which I'd like to address the issue that small and medium-sized SMEs are not too well equipped to tackle the complex issues of data protection, data privacy, governance, even ethical concerns, nor are they able to extract reasonable value from their data. Two types of challenges I would like to cover specifically. First, the issue of lost value. Today is a common understanding that data is of high value, and leveraging this value and trading data creates huge revenue for large data platforms and providers or brokers. But the creators of the data are rarely benefiting from this value in an adequate way. Often, only the cost for data creation and management remains with the data producers. Furthermore, many give their data away for free or pay with it for the use of some service. And finally, others even keep it for themselves without taking advantage of the value. Then another category is the issue of privacy and security. Many organizations collect and store sensitive data for which there is an important, usually legal duty to protect the privacy of clients and consumers. For example, healthcare, insurance, banking, legal services, and so on. But before we look at how these challenges are addressed in EU Hubs for Data, I would like to introduce the notion of data sovereignty. What is that? The ability of data providers of all types and sizes to self-determine what happens to their data and define how, when, and at what price others may use it represents data sovereignty. To help companies achieve data sovereignty, there is a need for vendor-independent data ecosystems and marketplaces open to all and at a low cost and with a low barrier of entry. Marketplaces must also offer a secure data ecosystem of trusted partners where data access policies can be enforced. The International Data Spaces Association developed a global standard that secures the exchange of data according to the exceptionally high security and privacy requirements demanded by European participants. This standard enables data sharing through data spaces characterized by uniform rules, certified data providers, and consumers. I will not insist too much on the IDSA standard architectural ecosystem, as these will be probably covered in more depth by other sessions. However, I will just mention some benefits: data privacy and security, equal opportunity for participants, assurance of data sovereignty for the data owners, and last but not least, it is already a DIN spec, and it is going to be an ISO standard. A glance at the IDSA reference architecture, which is the materialization of the IDSA standard, and is built on the following principles. It serves as a practical blueprint, but also as an example of the ethical and design principles that will ensure trustworthiness in data exchange. It enables self-determination and control over data usage to remain in the hands of those who collect, store, and provide it, rather than passing it to others, as it is often the case today. It's open, agnostic with regard to technologies and domains, enabling comprehensive description of data assets and interoperability. And finally, it provides a framework for technically enforced agreements for data sharing in addition to existing legally binding contracts. And this is very important. Data spaces are where this secure data exchange can happen. In order for these to deliver on their value proposition, we need the right components. I will only touch on the most important ones. The link at the top of the page can provide details on the others. So the IDSA connector, which will be used both on the connector and on the provider and the consumer side, is the central technical component for secure and trusted data exchange. This connector sends your data directly to the recipient in a trusted, certified data space. So the original data provider always maintains control over the data and sets the conditions for its use. The connectors can publish the description of their data, to a metadata broker, allowing consumers to look up available data in terms of, I don't know, content, structure, quality, actuality, and other attributes. The identity providers create, maintain, and validate identity information of and for IDSA participants. And finally, the clearinghouse provides decentralized and auditable traceability of all transactions in case paid access is needed to data. As part of the European EU Hubs for Data project participants will use IDSA connectors to publish their data. EGI's implementation publishes data from EGI Data Hub. Data in Data Hub is organized in spaces, which is just a fancy name for folders and subfolders. EGI built an adapter app that sits between Data Hub and an IDSA connector. This adapter app can publish an entire Data Hub space, so an entire root folder, to the IDS ecosystem. It does this by creating a new catalog for the Data Hub space. Then it creates individual resources for each file from that space. And you can configure the usage policy. By default, it is free to use, but it can be use but show notification on use, use and log usage, use a number of times, use in a specific interval, use for a specific duration, and so on. It is completely automatic, which means that adding or removing files to the Data Hub space will be reflected in the resource catalog published to the IDSA connector. And last but not least, it is scalable, so it can accommodate any number of consumers. I just want to note that due to the hierarchical nature of the data in EGI Data Hub, our implementation can easily be adapted to other backends that organize data in a similar way, like, for example, S3-like or compatible object storages. So let's summarize what we achieved. We added one additional way to access Data Hub, the federated data storage solution for EGI. Any IDS compatible consumer can now access data from Data Hub as long as they accept the usage policy set by the data owner, thus respecting data sovereignty. Data sets stored in Data Hub can now be discovered programmatically with the help of IDS brokers and can also be included in the EU Hubs for Data data catalog. And last but not least, our solution is an enabler, for example, for the binary OI experiment, whose data will be published from an EGI Data Hub. And maybe a few words about future plans. Today, this adapter app has to be deployed and operated by the data owners outside of the EGI Data Hub. But we are planning to make this an integrated feature of Data Hub. Well, actually, of One Data, which is what's powering EGI Data Hub. So thank you for your attention. If you have questions, we can address those later in the QA part.
Thank you very much, Andrea and Levent. It was very interesting, the presentation of a partner of EU Hub for Data project, your services you are offering, and also this deep dive into concrete implementation of eData connectors, this data sharing value and its value for the companies. If you have questions to Andrea, to Livendi, to Guillermo as well, please don't forget to put them in the chat and we'll take them at the end of the session. Thanks a lot. So let's move on. So EGI is obviously one partner of EU Hubs for Data. As Guillermo said, we have over 20 partners, 20 partners now, and the second version of the catalog is live these very days as we are speaking. And I think now we aggregate, we federate more than 160 services. Now, that's sort of the offer side. But one of the beauty of this project that we also have the other side, the real use cases side. And the rest of the session, we are going to talk just about this. We are going to share experiences of 3 companies that participated in the first open call. The first open call of the project was launched, I think, last December, just 1 year ago. And the experiments of 10 selected companies started in June. So now they are in full swing, and we are going to have 3 of them speaking here. When the open call was launched, we had one criteria, among others, but one important criteria was that the companies select services from at least 2 different partners of the project and at least 2 services. And so many of them did much better and selected many more. So without further ado, I will introduce the first speaker among the companies who is going to share his experiences. It's Kirill Blashko. Kirill Blashko is the CEO of Tunnel. Tunnel is a company participating in an experiment, and what they do, they provide sustainable urban bus services for small towns which don't have budget nor capabilities for such infrastructure. So Kirill, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Natalie, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see so many participants here. I'll share my screen. I have a few slides to show about the usage of data in the experiment. Just a moment, please. All right. I hope it's being shared right now. So yes, we do help with the technology. We do help small towns to improve their situation with the urban mobility. And our project is a part of the EU Hubs for Data first open call. We're past the middle stage already. We have completed large parts of the experiment. But first, I'll quickly introduce you to the problem. So the problems for many small towns, unlike the big cities, is that they don't have budgets. They have insufficient funds to subsidize high quality public transportation. And therefore, the quality of transportation is very low. Sometimes you have to wait for half an hour, maybe 1 hour for a bus. The bus stops are located very inconveniently, and at the end, it's not just a transportation problem, it's a social mobility problem, which doesn't allow the residents of small towns to actually rely on the transportation system to get to work, to school, to get a new job, and do anything which their town provides. So with the we don't do the demand responsive transport as well. So we improve the existing traditional system with the fixed bus routes by replacing the regular schedule with navigating pedestrians. So what we do is the pedestrian navigation. And that requires quite a lot of data processing. And actually, that's one of the reasons why we're a part of the EU Hubs for Data experiment. So the proposal to the passenger is that in their small town, they at least can get, with the tunnel service, at least they can get something within 15-20 minutes. They can get a bus and get there, get anywhere in their town to any location. And to provide that, to provide the promised service, we have to rely on a few data sets and on some pre-calculation and on some real-time calculation. So in this experiment, we brought one data set from the open, which is open to everyone, which is OpenStreetMap, and it has an open license. Anyone can use that. And one of the digital hubs helped us, providing us with the satellite data sets, satellite imagery from the Copernicus program. And there is also one partial data set. We call it partial because it covers just the UK. But it very well covers the small towns and the details about how they are organized. So as Natalie mentioned, we did actually choose several services from several hubs. So we work with three hubs, receiving services from all of them. Here we can actually be considered as, yes, one of the users of the interoperability that the previous speakers have talked about. So from our side, from the technical side, as a consumer of all these data services provided by the digital hubs, Tunnel is a cyber physical system, and it needs to rely on several data sources and several computational resources as well. So if we look closer at how it's organized, in a way, it is a cyber physical system that accepts as an input the data from the physical agents, which are smartphone apps and the buses and their locations, and does processing with the data that it has stored in the cloud. So there is obviously the input from the passengers. We use the infrastructure of the digital hubs, and of course we rely on the data sets. So as of now, so far, we have completed the first part of our experiment, allowing the simulation, the actual digital twin of a real town, to work in the infrastructure and in the cloud and serve as many orders as we instructed it to do. And it is very much close to the real passenger demand that could happen. So since it's quite short on time in terms of the presentation, I would just mention the most important part for the interoperability topic is that we used one digital hub for pre-calculating the routes, which can take quite a lot of time on even a powerful machine. We also used another digital hub, and we're continuing to use it for the storage of the calculated data. We are speaking about of tens of gigabytes per one deployment. We also use some data sets provided by the digital hubs to actually choose which data is interested in and valid and has a commercial value for us as a company. And then we actually use the other digital hub in the EU Hubs for Data project to simulate the passenger requests. So the project is still going on, and we would say that we're extremely happy how it is being developed right now. This is all from my side. Thank you. I would be happy to answer questions later.
Thank you very much, Kirill, for these insights into the experiments, into the things you are building. It's fascinating that you're using services from 3 different companies to build something coherent and to solve such an issue as urban mobility, which affects many of us, obviously living in small towns, but obviously on the outskirts of bigger towns, there are also no man land when you wait for a bus for a very long time. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Now, let's move. Thanks a lot. And obviously, if you have questions for Kirill and want to learn more, please put it in the chat, and we'll discuss it at the end of the session. Now, let's move to our next speaker, who is Mauro Manente. Mauro Manente is CTO and co-founder of a company called Latitudo 40, and the company provides a fast and easy cloud platform to access data extracted from satellite images. So the experiment within EU Hub for Data is also related to urban living, but perhaps more towards urban environment. So Mauro, please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Natalie. Going to share my screen. Thank you, everyone. I'm Mauro Manente. As Natalie said, I'm the CTO of Latitude 40. What we do in Latitude 40 and how we are involved in the EU hub for data. What we created in Latitude 40 is only one urban data analytics platform for climate action planning that is based on Earth observation data. So satellite images, and not only obviously satellite images. And why we created this platform. Basically, the problem is related to climate changes. And obviously, cities are extremely vulnerable to these factors, to pollution, flooding, extreme heat. The climate change will be also a cost for cities, for all cities, and also under a real estate perspective. So what we did is understanding that the data that we can use from everywhere, but specifically from the space, are at the heart of the climate action plan for cities. So the question is where to find the data, how to automatically process them, also without any specific knowledge about the vertical information that are in the data, how the data should be kept up to date, and how, basing on this data, we can simulate the future, also because some solution for the climate action plan will not bring an immediate result on the climate response. And last but not least, how to finance this strategy. So the idea is creating a solution that is able to collect information not only from satellite images, but mainly from satellite images, also because this allows us to see the world from above, and is a privileged point of view to see what happened. Also having the chance to look at the past, because satellite, with a difference with the common IoT sensors, has the chance to look in the past, because images are archived since several years. Obviously, the opportunity is to mix the information that we are able to extract from satellite images using artificial intelligence from data that we can collect from several and different and heterogeneous sources in order to create positive solution to climate changes in action plan, related to action plan. This is basically the reason why we applied to the open call. As I said, our solution is based on data from different sources and from heterogeneous sources, and we aim to apply our algorithms of artificial intelligence and also to create geospatial analytics in our infrastructure. So this is the opportunity that the open call gave us in order to aim to get some targets. The first one is to validate our product, some of our concepts, and doing this also with the stakeholders and also with the cities. Obviously, with the help of experts from the IHs, and last but not least, obviously using federated resources not only for I mean, collecting data, because obviously we are able to collect the data from several sources, but having a federated infrastructure that allow us to collect the data from different cities or different sources in a, let me say, standard way, allow us also to use the federated resources as a way to share the actionable insights that we are able to provide. Our experiment, as I said, obviously starts on the chance to work on satellite images and use open data and also commercial private data from IoT sensors or from other sources, basically to achieve two goals. The one is create urban Thailand mitigation index. This means that every city will be able to understand if their actions to fight the urban Thailand phenomenon that affects several cities all around the world are efficient and are going to reach the right result in also not in only in the short period, but also before the action will be implemented, they can see on a medium and long period if the action changing the pavement or planting trees or have a greenery quality increased will be the right solution, also to blend the cost. The other one is to create a quality of life index under an environmental point of view, because obviously this means that everyone is able to understand if what's going on the city under a climate action plan interventions is going to increase the quality of life of citizens, but obviously indirectly from the environmental quality of green areas, parks, and so on. We are working with the IH Aragon and EROCAT, and we are honored to work with them. And as I said, we had the chance to work with Barcelona, that is going, it's our testbed for the experiment, and this is a real good opportunity for us to prove our concept and to use a federated infrastructure to get data and share actionable insights on climate actions. This is all for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mauro, for this presentation and for explaining what you're doing. I really liked what you said, that your data is the heart of developing climate action plans, and how you are building different data analytics systems to help cities to face those climate changes. And obviously the way that how you explain that one of the beauty of working in with EU Hub for Data is that definitely you have access to federated resources of multiple partners. So we are looking forward to continue your experiment, sort of learning more how City of Barcelona develops its pilot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, dear.
And now we are moving to our next speaker, who is Andrei Kostin. So Andrei is a CEO and co-founder of a company called Binare.io, which is a deep tech cybersecurity spin-off from University of Jyväskylä in Finland. And they are in the field of IoT cybersecurity, another extremely important issue. So Andrei, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Natalie. Thanks, everyone. I'm very happy and thrilled to be presenting our project. Let me just start sharing the screen, and I hope it can be seen. Just let me know if it doesn't show up, but I assume it works okay. So my name is Andrei Kostin, and I am the CEO at Binare.io. And as Natalie said it, we are focusing on IoT cybersecurity, where we develop automated solutions and deep tech services and technologies. So very briefly about Binare, we are research and development and innovation tech spin-off from University of Jyväskylä, Central Finland. And we've been founded in mid-2020 with headquarters in Jyväskylä, and currently we have a team size of 8 and growing. As part of this growth, we are on a mission to help secure the next billion of IoT devices globally. We develop mainly software as a service, deep tech platform, which are patent pending and cater to multiple types of organizations and businesses. And the main reason is that we want to help them secure the IoT devices that are in their networks, whether it's enterprise networks, government networks, or home networks. And the idea is that in order to do so, the IoT devices need to be secure. The main idea is that in every IoT device, whether it's a smart TV, a smart car, router, printer, VoIP phone, whatever is a computer but doesn't look like one, they run software, often called firmware. And many times those softwares, they are in binary code, in binary form. So they run binary. And this binary is more like a compiled, very optimized, compiled way of running the program. And many times it's just a black box because it contains so many unknowns, so many hidden traps, hidden passwords or access. It can contain vulnerabilities which are not trivial to see even for experts with a naked eye. So Binare tries to focus on analyzing the firmware and software that goes into IoT devices. And we are here. And many times these technologies are overlooked because many times the IoT devices are looked either from, okay, they are already in the network and they are operational. So let's monitor if they get hacked. We will replace and fix them, but usually it's too late. And other times they are looked from the source code perspective. But again, source code is not what runs on IoT devices or on any computer system for that reason. Actually, it's the binary code that most of the time runs. So in order to try to secure this ecosystem of billions of devices, we need to understand what's inside the binary. But I'll get to that point towards third part of my presentation. So why we chose the EU Hub for Data Open Call. First, I think there was a very good and inviting mix of services being offered in the sense that it covered Binare's main needs, such as business development needs, the infrastructure needs provided, for example, by EGI and as mentioned by Andrea and Levente. And also the expertise in terms of big data and AI and machine learning, for example, CEDAR. I'll mention all our service providers later. And of course, at the same time, Binare was envisioning to actually produce data sets that I'll shortly introduce that are used as core fundamental data sets for bootstrapping cybersecurity for billions of IoT devices. In order to secure billions of IoT devices, big data sets are certainly needed, and they need to be able to be machine readable and also accessible through, for example, federated data, as Andrea and Levente mentioned. So what we do in CESOD, IoT CESOD project is IoT security software datasets, where we run our leading closed platform in a closed loop system experiment and produce cybersecurity datasets. And these are actually datasets mapped to firmware, SBOM, and vulnerabilities. These are quite technical terms. I'll try to explain them in the following slides. But the idea is, should have our system be used or data being available beforehand, such examples of when Vodafone discovered Huawei backdoors in their equipment and firmware could have been avoided, or at least found much earlier than they happened. It was a huge scandal, and it went to even diplomatic tensions between the US and China. So you see that technology even affects the diplomacy. So insecure, vulnerable IoT, binary firmware, and third-party supply chain is an issue for IoT cybersecurity all over the world. I want to explain why it's needed to produce this from the binary back a machine-readable dataset. Look at the food labels as well-known references. When we want to buy something, we look at food labels. We want to know their nutritional facts, their ingredients, where they produced, what kind of other chemical elements that might bring health issues, and you make an informed decision. Can I buy it? Should I buy it? Is it safe or healthy for me to eat this particular product? So this we take for granted. However, for cybersecurity devices that we plug to our networks, this is, you can think about your digital health. Your home network is your digital health. And the idea is that when you plug such a router, it's a black box. You don't know what you're plugging to your digital health network. And the idea is that we want to help take off this black box out of these devices and make them more transparent by providing these data sets where we map the software and firmware to their vulnerabilities and their potential risks to your network and infrastructure. And this is how, for example, our cybersecurity data label for IoT devices may look like, where you have an informed decision-making process when you buy something and plug to your network. And this is one of the testimonials that we get from a senior vice president of smartphone and smart home solutions in Europe, that thanks to our report, they have been able to address the reported cybersecurity issues internally. And that's a very strong testament that our technology and experiment in EU hubs for data works and is useful for securing the next generation of devices. We are extremely happy to benefit. I'm sorry I'm taking a little bit more time, but we have business expertise from Knowcenter, the technology expertise from CEDAR, and technical infrastructure from EGI, which is tremendously valuable resources for us, because it's a perfect mix for us to make the experiment successful and reach our KPIs and key hours and goals. And to conclude, what EU Hubs for Data gave us through IoT CESOT is we already found a handful of vulnerabilities. We analyzed thousands and thousands of firmwares, and we processed gigabytes of data. And what future holds from this experiment onward is 50 billions of IoT devices coming, and there will be 50 billions of both security issues, but also growth opportunities. And we at Binary aim to help secure at least 1 billion of them in the years to come. So if you're ready to solve these billions of IoT cybersecurity problems, please don't hesitate to contact me at CEO@Binary.io, and I would be happy to answer any of your questions about the data or experiments. Thank you so much, Natalie, and everyone.
Thank you very much, Andrei, for this insight into cybersecurity world and how you are using data to solve vulnerabilities in IoT firmware, which are multiple, billions of devices, as we understand. And I particularly like that you focused on benefits that Binary is drawing from joining EU Hub for Data experiments. Thanks a lot for all of our speakers. Our session is sort of closing to the end. I would like to ask that if you have any questions, please put them in the chat. Meanwhile, I would also like to remind you that these were 3 testimonials from the participants of our first open call. We had 10 partners providing services, and today, we are launching our new catalog and our new open call, and the number of services, I think, almost doubled. I think we have over 100 services now, and the number of partners are obviously doubled. So perhaps as a final question, I would like to ask our 3 representatives from the companies. So you applied for the first open call 1 year ago. Now you are in the experiment phase. What you would say to the applicants now? What kind of your main lessons learned? What you would say to encourage them to apply for the new open calls and to benefit from those services? I will probably start in the same order we spoke. I will start with Kirill, then Mauro, and then Andrei. Kirill, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Natalie. Great question. Probably my answer would be not exactly related to the technical issues, to big data, to the technology, to AI, to interoperability, but in a more general way, we would advise to plan ahead. So the project EU Hubs for Data itself, it provides a wealth of opportunities to get support from the digital hubs, to get support with the infrastructure, to get virtual machines, real machines, whatnot, for any type of data experiment. But what is really important is that it's very much valuable if the experiment and the application planned has some realistic KPI. So the simple advice to the new applicants would be something like design your experiment in advance. Think about it something in a way, maybe in a more simplistic way, but in a way that is achievable, something that can be delivered within 9-10 months. Something like could be said about, okay, we're going to build this kind of small tech experiment on this kind of equipment, or this cloud provided storage, or cloud provided computation, or some other federated sources, and then just run. So in this case, we could say simpler is better. So that would be the advice.
Thank you very much, Kirill. So we have very few time left. So Mauro and Andrei, quickly, please, and then we're closing.
Yeah, I totally agree with Kirill. It's probably the most important thing. Just plan the experiment before applying. Have in mind how to measure your results before applying, and then things will be in the best way.
Thanks a lot, Mauro. Andrei?
Yes, I would certainly agree with Mauro and Kirill. Kirill's points very on target, and I would also add that it's highly advisable. There are plenty of excellent expertise in DHSs. I would tell not to underestimate the potential of their help, and actually try to find those 2 free services that together will make your experiment and your KPIs reachable and the results being delivered even beyond what you've planned originally. So I think there's a lot of possibility to mix and match these services and teams for a fantastic result, in my opinion.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kirill. Thank you very much, Mauro. Thank you very much, Andrei. So we obviously continue working together with you to bring your experiments to fruition. All my speakers, thank you very much. Also to Andrea and Levendi, thank you very much, Guillermo. Unfortunately, I mean, I would have enjoyed speaking, spending more time and discussing more issues, but I hope we are continuing and will have opportunity to meet. Thank you for the audience for this attendance, and I'm closing the session. It was a huge pleasure to be here. I hope you learned a lot. I learned certainly a lot. And goodbye. Enjoy the rest of your European Big Data Value Forum. Thanks a lot, and bye-bye.
Okay, then I think we're ready to start. It's still good morning. Many thanks for being able to present this talk on cognitive digital twin pipelines in the trans continuum, which is related to experiences in various domains, the process industry, also manufacturing, but in particular also now digital twin of the earth for agriculture and other domains. What we see here, I'll come back to, is digital twin toolbox from the Cognitwin process industry project. I'll change to, let's see, the next slide here. Okay, let's make sure this works. Okay, it jumped a bit, now it works. Okay, here's my bio. There will be some slides that I will not talk about all of the details, so they will be for further reference. But I will put this in the context of what we have done on the big data value reference architecture and different domains dealing with architectural elements, and have that in the context of cognitive digital twins. So this is the title and the context of the talk. And I will talk about that also related to architecture and the transcontinuum and to data spaces for various domains. This is actually a kind of precursor to the upcoming full session we have on Friday, the 3rd, from 1530 to 1700 on data-driven intelligent digital twins, where we will revisit this together with a number of presenters and for a panel discussion. One of the motivations underlying this is that there is a lot of domains that now are working with digital twins. SINTEF is a large multidisciplinary institute, and here are some of the activities we have on digital twins in the area of manufacturing, where things have started both discrete but also continuous manufacturing with process plants, but also building and construction and smart cities, environment and climate, autonomous vessels, the energy sector, both oil and gas and renewables, also agri-food, aquaculture, fishery, agriculture, health and biotech. From the SINTEF Digital Institute, we are supporting all of these areas with digital twin technologies. And one of the interesting, say, challenges, I would say, is that there is also a lot of different technology standards initiatives related to maybe domain-specific approaches here. I think that one of the driving forces has been on Industry 4.0 and the platform industry 4.0, and as we'll hear in later sessions, also on technologies such as AES, the Asset Administration Shell, and further promotion of this through organizations like the Industrial Digital Twin Association, but also linked to data spaces, the Gaia X perspective. But then there are additional initiatives such as the Industrial Internet Consortium, which looks into digital twin interoperability, which is an issue, and the Digital Twin Consortium that has a foundation in the digital twin definition language and others. Also interesting to note that in ISO SC41 on IoT, and digital twin has now been established, and we participate there. So this is like a placeholder for digital twins in ISO, strongly connected to ISO 42 on AI and big data, which is supporting this from an analytics AI machine learning perspective and also a big data perspective. But one of the first standards in digital twin is from ISO TC 184 on industrial data, ISO 23247, digital twin manufacturing framework. But we see also other things emerging, such as from TC10 and the standard 81346 on industrial systems, installations, and equipment, where work has been going on with an information management framework for this. And also a long history in building and construction with TC59 and ISO building information modeling. And if you look into this, there are somewhat parallel tracks that are not harmonized with each other, suggesting challenges of interoperability here. Also new initiatives such as the UK National Digital Twin has introduced another information management framework for digital twins. And then we have the aspects of spatial-temporal or geospatial digital twins from ISO TC211 and the Open Geodata Consortium. And currently, all of these initiatives are less interoperable, less harmonized. So we are looking into what will be commonalities and differences for the future. We're driving it a little bit from the process industry and manufacturing, where I think a lot of this originated, working now with a special issue of a journal on cognitive digital twins with Liliana Stojanovic from Fraunhofer and myself. And there are still some opportunities to join in for extensions of this, where we are looking into here, particularly the process industry, but we will also follow this up with other areas. There has also been an article already looking into different digital twin representation technologies. Some of these standards that was mentioned, but also open source. I think within a lot of the projects we have, we are using AAS as a core technology, but it's a continuous relationship to look at what are the synergies and differences with the others, such as the DTDL and the NGSI-LD and other aspects. What can we find of interoperability and on synergies? So this will be one of the further activities. I'll start out with our experiences from the process industry and the relationships to that, where we have established a digital twin toolbox. We're also harmonizing this with 5 other projects. There is a series now, or a set of 6 projects that are all dealing with cognitive plans and are using different variations of cognitive twins. We will hear some of these further presented also on the sessions on Friday. And we are looking at synergies in this area as well as with others. Coming back to the BDVA reference model, this is still a good anchoring point because all of the areas here are relevant when we talk about cognitive digital twins. We have the underlying say transcontinuum of the infrastructure, we have the data management, we have the analytics, we have the visualization and control. And we see that this apply in all of these different domains, which covers everything that BDVA has been focusing on, more or less. And there are actually few areas where there is not current activities on the digital twin. Another perspective that we have been found quite useful is what we see in the middle here of a kind of life cycle, going from data acquisition to data preparation to analytics to action and interaction, monitoring and control and visualization. This maps well into the reference model. It also maps well into the areas of the ADRA framework on AI with sensing and perception, knowledge and learning, reasoning and decision making, and action and interaction. All of these areas are relevant in an operational digital twin. And we have refined this into digital twins, as we'll see here, talking about digital twin data acquisition and collection, digital twin data representation, digital twin models, both hybrid and cognitive analytics models, and digital twin visualization and control and interaction. As we have a foundation in manufacturing and we have many presentations of that, I'll also focus on another area on destination Earth and a digital twin of the ocean, where we will have some slightly different perspectives. And that will be an example I will also introduce later. Note also that this life cycle perspective is harmonized with emerging standards such as the ISO SE42 AI standard, where we see that collection, preparation, analytics, and visualizations are element of this standard. Further also on the ISO SE42 work on machine learning, where we have data acquisition, pre-processing, modeling, model deployment, and operation. So we find this life cycle perspective on digital twin, which also suggests the pipeline underlying structure as a common framework. So in the Cognitwin project, we have established tool components and reusable components in all of these areas, dealing with the IoT side, sensor data and actuator data to the left, communication, orchestration and pipeline connection with the connection of stream pipes and other pipelines technologies, storage handling, event processing, various digital twin representation and data spaces, machine learning together with physics-based models, visualization, interaction, and control. And what we are looking for is evolution of this toolbox to be able to support applications in different process industry domains, but eventually also other domains. So in a pipeline context, we also have a new project called Data Cloud, which looks into a big data pipeline in a computing continuum. And with a computing continuum, we mean basically the continuum from the IoT, the sensor and actuators, to the fog, to the cloud, with HPC and supercomputing, and a feedback to the edge and the mobile context, and all of the activities that takes place in this pipeline. So these pipelines can be merged in terms of technology support for a digital twin pipeline. This is again from the Data Cloud project that is working now on how to extract data from different sources and how to establish the pipeline, how to simulate and execute the pipeline on the computing continuum, where different parts of the pipeline then will execute from the edge on the one side with the actuators and sensors, through the fog, to the cloud, to the HPC, and again back to the edge for the interaction. So there are also other projects working on orchestration and choreography of these pipelines. And we also see interesting synergies with that in the Transcontinuum initiative, which we'll hear more about in the session on Friday. I mentioned that we are all mostly familiar with Industry 4.0 and manufacturing. So I'll take a starting point now in Destination Earth, which you also all will get familiar with soon. It's one of the big initiatives now in Horizon Europe and also in Digital Europe. And digital twins are a core part of this, creating models of the Earth for sustainability analysis, predictions, and associated activities. We come back to that. Also introduce that there are many types of digital twins. In the Cognitwin project, we have also extended digital twin to talk about hybrid twin and cognitive twin. And since we use the word cognition, also dwell a little bit on this with the following definition. Digital twin is basically a digital replica of a physical system with its associated attributes and behaviors. With a hybrid twin, we mean that there is a set of twins, typically focused digital twin models that are now being combined to become a more complex and holistic model, synchronized on time and space. And that's what we see in practice. Sometimes one is not making this distinction, but we have found that useful to emphasize that we're talking about twins or twins there. And then this can in addition be enhanced with cognitive features for sensing complex and unpredicted behavior and to do reasoning for system optimization and continuous evolution of the representations, impacting also the environment with actions and interactions. We'll come back to that also a little bit later. Getting back to the Destination Earth, there was a Green Deal call towards a digital twin of the ocean, where we now have a new project called ILIAD, Digital Twin of the Ocean, where I'm the scientific coordinator. So that's why I'm kind of focusing a bit on this. And as I said, the context of Destination Earth, this is from the Destination Earth, which is a wide area, not only the ocean, but also land and coast and basically everything about the planet. Digital twins is a focus area for various aspects of models of the Earth. So we will find a lot of calls, projects, and activities in this area in the future. When we have applied this to the digital twin of the ocean, we have used the same life cycle reference model here, looking at data acquisition, data representation, hybrid models, visualization, and feedback. And this is a large project, 50 plus partners, 18 plus million euro. That is starting now in February for 3 years. That will work on models for digital twin of the ocean, collecting data from a lot of sources, both real-time and historical data, using a lot of existing systems as well as in situ observations and sensors and actuators. different kind of existing data platforms using IDS and Gaia-X as input foundations for some of the federation of data. A lot of different models of the ocean from many different perspectives. We really see twins of twins here. There are literally hundreds of different models that are relevant in this context to be combined, linked to high performance computing, linked to AI and machine learning. So it is a perspective that will grow. And it's an interesting question, is this the same digital twin as we have in manufacturing and in process industry? Will the asset administration shell work in this context, or are there overlaps and synergies? So this is what we would like to explore in the coming months. We also explore the usage of Gaia-X and IDS as support of ocean data spaces and interoperability data space, and to see to what extent this architecture can be harmonized with the needs for ocean information models, federation of data and services, and also an ocean interoperability data space. So there will be not only this, but there will be a lot of other digital twin projects that will be called for under the Digital Europe program, and also other programs under the umbrella of Destination Earth, where we hope to find synergies with the manufacturing and also other digital twin approaches. Now a bit back to the process industry and the Cognitwin project, looking at the cognitive digital twin pipelines. I mentioned this as an approach that is following our life cycle toolbox structure, from data acquisition to twin representation to the cognitive hybrid models to visualization and control. So what is in black here are typically open source or standard technologies. In red are things we are doing in the Cognitwin project. And we see a lot of commonalities with the other 5 projects I mentioned. So we try to harmonize also across those in the process industry, as well as for the manufacturing industry, where there's a lot of commonalities that has been identified already. Also digital twin representation. We are experimenting now with the AIS, which we think is quite suitable in the manufacturing domain, both in the continuous and discrete manufacturing. We will be looking into data spaces for data sharing. And of course, there are specifics aspects in machine learning, and particularly for the physics, but also a lot of commonalities also for the visualization and control. And the fact that the processing here goes across the whole transcontinuum, supporting HPC, AI and machine learning, and the edge, both as input and output and actuation and control. So we hope to explore this further, also other dimensions of digital twins from initial definition, evolution, and the usage of digital twin perspective through the whole life cycle of the environment that we have an interest for. So this has been applied in a number of projects where things start to be quite concrete. I will not go into the details of that, but all of this can be found in the 6 pilots we have in this project, where we then, of course, look at concrete actuators and sensors, OPC, MQTT technologies, data space sharing, event handling, and various forms of models, digital twins with both data-driven models and physical models, and user interaction and control. So these are just to illustrate instances of this approach, where of course the various sensors will typically vary. Some of the underlying infrastructures might vary depending on existing systems. How we deal with modeling, both data-driven models, machine learning, and physical models for the hybrid combinations, and also the interaction with the environment. Further, the cognition part is currently being worked on, extending the intelligent behavior for the analytics feedback with environment and with users, also using user knowledge and to bring in operator knowledge and additional knowledge into the context there for the system's understanding of the environment. Just another example here, illustrating that there is a more or less mostly commonalities, but of course also differences when it comes to the particularities of different systems and environments and the pilots themselves. So we have 6 of these in this project, and we have the 5 others. So there are 20 plus pilots similarly that we work on. And we will come back to this on Friday. The last session on Friday is on data-driven intelligent digital twins, where we'll present some of these from the projects. Also look at the various domains we have, not only the manufacturing, but also the digital twin of the ocean, also other domains such as building and construction, to try to get some understanding for the similarities and differences, and to basically start an activity to look for synergies between all of these various digital twin projects. Note that you have probably already heard about the IoT twins that was presented earlier this week. We have Vessel AI being presented now after this talk. We have data spaces enabling city digital twins also being presented today. We have on Friday in the afternoon digital twins in the manufacturing, and particular focus of the asset administration shell with Rami. In parallel, after that, we have Transcontinuum initiative and its impact on data-driven information. So we see there is a lot of activities that are relevant here, and we will come back to this on Friday in the last session, try to see potential synergies and also discuss the way forward on synergies between all of these different digital twin initiatives, so that we are not only working domain specific. Of course, we have to do that too, but we hope in particular also to be able to create synergies between all of these digital twin initiatives, both in projects and in standards. This is what I plan to present now, but I hope you will follow up on this on the other sessions during the rest of the week, and also to join our final session on Friday for further presentations and discussions of this. Thank you for listening to this.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. Let me start sharing my screen. Sorry. Okay, I think you might be seeing the slides right now. So good afternoon. This is Elena Montiel, and together with my colleague Victor Rodriguez, both members of the Ontology Engineering Group, a research group at Universidad Politécnica de Madrid. We're here today to share with you our experiences in the creation of legal knowledge graphs. Yes, and some some developments also related with this. Well, experiences that we gained in the context of the LINKS project, a European innovation action that ended already last March, but which also belonged to the family of BDVA projects. Okay, here you see all the entities that participated in this exciting project. Universities, research centers, companies spread all over Europe, plus an Israeli company. So why did we decide to create a knowledge graph in the context of the LINKS project? Well, as you may be well aware of, right, knowledge graphs can be defined as collections of pieces of information that are connected. Yes, they consist of entities, yeah, concepts we have data or we want to say things about. These are the nodes, let's say, or we connect these entities to other entities by means of edges or relations. So in the end, what we have is a graph. So the main benefits of knowledge graphs, I think, are also well known, right? So the idea is they allow us to bring unstructured and structured data together. They allow us to generate unified views of heterogeneous and initially unconnected data sources. The resulting data sets can also be used to train machine learning algorithms, yeah, well, and so on and so forth. So basically, knowledge graphs, as one of my colleagues in the project used to say, are an efficient way to work together. And obviously, we are not the only ones that see the benefits of knowledge graphs, right? According to this Gartner consultancy firm, yeah, right now, many expectations are being raised by knowledge graphs, and we do see the benefits. So for our LINKS project, yes, what were the entities in this knowledge graph, in the legal knowledge graph that we created? So since we wanted to bring together, to homogenize access to legal open data in Europe, yeah, this was one of the best ways to achieve it. Having this challenge in Europe means that data is published by different official law publishers at different levels. Of course, European level, national level with all the national legislation publishers, even regional level. So legislation, so legal documents from different jurisdictions, and obviously in different languages. So the main entity in our legal knowledge graph was the legal document, what we called the LINKS document. Having to deal with multilingualism, we also wanted to have legal terms, legal concepts included in this knowledge graph. And for this, we counted on, well, traditional resources, linguistic resources that capture and define legal terms, which are multilingual thesauri, terminologies, concept schemes in several languages, right? So legal terms, the bubble in orange was another entity in our legal knowledge graph. And finally, we had legal entities, what we call legal entities, so companies, industry sectors, institutions, also defined in this legal knowledge graph. So how did we build the knowledge graph? Well, to start with, the challenges we faced in our ambition to represent multilingual and multi-jurisdictional annotated documents was that content was structured in in different manners, XML, JSON, RDF, yeah, using different formats by different legislation publishers. That there are also several standards for annotating text documents, but not always in JSON LD. That documents are also identified in different manners, although in Europe, there is this European Legislation Identifier Initiative that we also adopted, yes, but we did not only have legal documents, but also industry standards and other types of documents that were identified in different manners. So all in all, these were the main challenges we were facing. That's why we decided to create the idea of this links document. Yes, one single data structure described with and identified with ELI, with the and described with ELI metadata. We also defined a structure for this links document. We structured the document into parts according to a LKG ontology that serves as data model. Yeah, we could also rely on RDF shapes to validate these content structures, these data structures. We decided to implement everything in beautiful JSON LD, yes, so easy to consume by developers. And as for the annotations, we relied on NIF, the NLP interchange format. Okay, so here you have like the main idea behind any links document. Of course, there are other legal knowledge graphs. So depending on the needs of your project or what you want to represent, your entities in your legal knowledge graph will be others. So you may want to say things about claimants and courts and agents and dates, or you may also want to say, as we see here on the picture, the legal knowledge graph of the legislation in Luxembourg. You may want to say that one law is cited by another law, or derogates, or implements a EU directive, etc. So depending on your needs, entities and relations will be different. Very briefly, I'll refer to the technologies that supported the creation of our legal knowledge graph and links. So documents were harvested, imported from different sources and transformed into the links document structure. And then they went through an enrichment workflow, yes, to get all the annotations from NLP services. The data dumps, the public data that was harvested, even if for testing, has been published in data dumps and is available. And we also provided a portal to explore documents and formats. And yes, even if only as a kind of test and development service, here you get a view of the document and the metadata related to every document, and also to the legal entities, right? To the additional entities I was mentioning. You can also get further information about these entities and further explore them. Finally, I'll refer to the set of services, of link services that were developed within this project. Yes, for the ingestion, pre-processing, and annotation of the legal documents. All the services are nicely described and accessible from the links portal in case you are interested. And with this, yes, I hope you got an overview of our experiences in the creation of legal knowledge graphs. And now I'll give the word to my colleague, Victor, who will further explain, yes, other developments in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. I will resume the presentation. I will start sharing my screen, which you should be able to see now. So now what we have, Elena has presented how companies have benefited from these solutions. I will present what's next and beyond. We are the Ontology Engineering Group is a research group made of almost 40 people, including several PhD students that are doing research in the area of legal informatics. For example, we have developed a solution to identify temporal expressions. It's the leading solution for the Spanish language and the only one working in the legal, specifically trained for the legal domain. We have also the software to identify events from judgments, from sentences issued by courts, distinguishing between procedural events, someone appealed, the court ruled the sentence, and circumstantial events, somebody killed somebody. The result is two different timelines, which can be indeed represented in RDF as a knowledge graph that can be queried, etc. We have also solutions to create enriched terminologies in a semi-automated manner. Departing from a corpora of documents, we can identify which are the relevant concepts and connect them to different external resources, producing a SCOS concept scheme as an output. This is the case of the labor law terminology, which was created during the LINX project and curated by lawyers. We are currently working in the extraction of relations of between workers, employers, which are the rights, which are the obligations, etc. We have also a cross-lingual search engine. Cross-lingual means that you make a query in a language A and you get documents possibly in language B. This technology is based in topic models, and it was developed in a framework of the Horizon 2020 project, but now a spin-off is being created to commercialize the product. Finally, we have a KeyQ, which is a document searcher that gives you instant results within milliseconds with queries made over millions of documents. This is supported by terminologies like those that we have seen before, and results are directly shown over the PDF, the original PDF documents. This functionality is provided through an online web application, can run in the local premises, can run in the cloud. And the takeaway message is the following. You will find these slides in the web. These slides are very rich in academic publications, but also very rich in links to product descriptions, demos, open source code, occasions, etc. We want to be your reliable partner for semantic technologies in the forthcoming Horizon Europe calls, in particular these two solutions, these two calls that these two topics that I am mentioning in the slide. And Elena and I are very happy to have contact with you for any project participation or commercial inquiry. Thank you very much for your attention. That's all.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and good morning for some of you, I suppose, in other parts of the world. Thank you very much for joining me today in this session. I am Nicolas Moes, as some of you might know already, and I'm going to talk with you about building trust in the AI supply chain. We have a very short session on this, so I will not spend too much time, but just so that you know, I am an AI policy researcher. I'm based in Brussels, where I closely follow the EU AI Act, and I am doing research here about how can industry focus more and try to develop an efficient compliance framework throughout the AI supply chain, which is quite complex, as you might know. I'm doing this research with the Global Digital Foundation, and that is why you can see on my slide, which I'm going to share with you right now, that we have actually a very nice slideshow prepared with the Global Digital Foundation. Let me share my screen with you. There is a quick manipulation that I have to do, and then there we go. You should be able to see my slides. So as I mentioned, I'll be talking about trust in the AI supply chain, and more than trust, I'm gonna talk to you about assurance, right? Because it's good to trust, but it's also good to be able to verify that you are right in trusting your suppliers or your customers in the case of AI. So the challenge that we have noticed with the Global Digital Foundation is that the public mistrusts AI quite a lot, right? So we have new laws and regulations coming to affect the industry and to ensure that like the consumers and citizens can finally trust AI anew. And these regulations are coming from everywhere, right? So in the EU, you might have heard of the AI Act, the Product Liability Directive, and the updates to the product safety regulations elsewhere in Europe. Like there is also work on AI and human rights that is being carried out by the Council of Europe. In the US, there is still the bill that is a bit stalled on the floor about the Algorithmic Accountability Act, which is stalled in Congress. And in China, there's been also quite a few algorithmic regulations proposals put forward. The UK has also had its own set of regulations as well as its strategy, which is quite interesting as well to see the different approaches that are taken. In all these approaches, in the regulations, like the target really is the providers of AI systems. So the provider are, for example, in the EU AI Act, are really these entities that put a system developed on the market, right, or put it into service on the market as well. So interestingly, it's not only if you develop the AI system yourself, but it's not only if you develop the AI system yourself, it's also if you just put it on the market. So if you get input from somebody else on the market. This is a first step that is quite important to acknowledge, right? Is that even if you do not develop it yourself, you can be considered as a provider of AI system if you use an AI system and put it on the market. Second, that we have to look at is the implications, which is that there is increased compliance costs for these providers, but also for their suppliers, because the AI Act currently considers that relevant third parties, i.e. suppliers, should cooperate as appropriate with providers and users to enable their compliance. This is something that the AI Act mentioned in the recital, so this is not a legal requirement, but obviously the market will quickly adapt, the industry will quickly adapt to value more these providers that are under like legal requirements, will value more the supply from suppliers that are helping them in their compliance with these new regulations. And this is not only for the EU AI Act, right? We can expect over the next 5 to 10 years, new regulations in various jurisdictions coming up, which will also make, which will also complexify the AI industry in terms of compliance. So just to give you an idea, when I talk about AI supply chain, let me provide you with a very simplistic examples. We have here an applicants assessment tool provider, and we can notice that the training data supplier and the pre-trained model builder contribute to the creation, to the production of this tool that is used for job candidates assessments and that kind of. And we could imagine like that the training data suppliers is in touch with the model builder as well. This is not especially necessary. This is just a subset of the supply chain. Of course, there's many more things that are taking place at the same time that are represented by all these open-ended arrows. The problem in the situation is that, for example, in the EU AI Act, again, data and data governance obligations are real, and obviously, like the person, the actor in the supply chain that has the most effective control over it would be the training data supplier, right? And in the case of like requirements for accuracy, robustness, and cybersecurity, which is that, I mean, this text is like copy pasted from the legislation currently being proposed and currently being discussed in the EU, right? So these requirements for accuracy, robustness, and cybersecurity are better addressed and are better complied with by the pre-trained model builder, which is considered as a supplier. And this is something that we have to consider, is that different suppliers will have different requirements. They will have effective control over different requirements. Another example would be like, as a supplier, you provide, let's say that you pre-process LiDAR data for autonomous vehicles companies. You do that, this is your core business, and you rely, let's say, on open source algorithms and open source research and development, let's say like GitHub and other suppliers, in order to improve your own products. Well, here again, the requirements are not limited to these 3 players, right? There are many more players that could be entering in this case. And once again, like, there are different requirements, for example, record keeping policies for different players. And here you have, again, accuracy, robustness, and cybersecurity, which might apply. Like, open source supply is a big deal in the AI supply chain. So this is something that we have to acknowledge. A third example, really to hammer down the point here, is take the example of a supplier of a speech recognition system, which would, like, again, have on its own, it has suppliers of like a data, so data set suppliers for different languages. Then they sell that to a certain smart speaker company, which you can, you know, like, there are many on the markets now. This is, of course, something that, again, we have different requirements that are put through the regulations, and we have different actors that have to fulfill these requirements. Like, they have effective control over the fulfillment of these requirements, even though legally only the smart speaker company would have to satisfy those requirements. And yet, like, when we think about it, there is a bit of like complexity that is added, because as a supplier, you have multiple clients, right? So what if the smart speaker company that you see, like the first one that you saw, has a different way from asking for compliance data, as a different way of asking for compliance data than the second company, or that in a totally different sub-industry, let's say. There would actually the possibility to have like different compliance systems. So it would become very messy very quickly if, like, all of these companies were asking to prove like compliance with these requirements in different ways, right? So there is an importance in having a standardized approach as well. And of course, as usual, like, this is much more complex than just this aspect, right? This is a simplistic view of it, but I'd like to provide it as well for you to understand a bit better. So, like, the opportunity that we see is that there is a need for a standardized approach to cooperation and to providing assurance in the supply chain, right? The business case for that is quite clear. It reduces compliance costs for the providers, but also for the supply chain, right? So the suppliers themselves will have their compliance costs, like their indirect compliance costs, let's say, reduced. It reduces the liability risk, because by knowing if you provide assurance, you know, and therefore you can be more confident that there is less risk of incident and accident. There is less risk of miscommunication, and that, oh, we forgot to comply with this, or that kind of question. And this is also reduced. And in addition to that, it contributes to building public trust. I mean, I don't want to claim that it would resolve everything, but like, the idea is to also, like, contribute to a regain of public trust and like averting the techlash. The work that we have done so far on this project has been quite long, right? It's been the past 12 months. We have actually discussed with quite a lot of providers and supply chain companies in the AI ecosystem. We have also talked with some standards bodies. We have developed a minimum viable solutions for this standardized approach. And like in itself, this standardized, this minimum viable solution, taking again the example of this three node supply chain, which is just like a subset of the supply chain, which is much more complex usually. This minimum viable solution, it really relies on like the creation of templates for assurance files. So these files would be forms asking a set of questions, but the questions would be always the same, right? So they would be the various actors in the supply chain would fill and share these assurance files amongst themselves, right? In a pre-specified way. The form itself is like function specific, so you would have an assurance file for a data supplier, right? So the template is like is to define like a certain role in the supply chain, and that role, the actors that fulfill that role in the supply chain would have to answer this assurance file, this specific type of assurance file. And there would be another one for the pre-trained model builder that has an assurance file to fulfill as well. But then the answers to the questions that are listed on this form would be specific to the AI system that you are developing, obviously, right? So because there are different tests, if you are developing something that relies on computer vision, there are different tests of accuracy and robustness. If you are developing something that relies on natural language processing, there might be also different, even further tests that need to be done. And therefore, that's why the AI system each of AI system is having a set of assurance files associated with it. So to give you an example, the data suppliers assurance files could look like this, right? So this is very quick, like just for illustration, like the need here is to address, like make sure that people are on the same page about the intended purpose of the AI system, to make sure that they are talking about the same AI system, and that they are really identifying like what is the use case for that AI system. This is a concept that is very important in the EU AI regulation. And that's why this would be asked to the data supplier as well. And in the data supplier is asked to describe like one of the many questions. There could be like 20 or 30 or even 40 questions and tests to run in each assurance file. But one of the questions would be specific to the description of the data selection and how the data was labeled and that kind of questions, right? So once this is filled, once the data supplier has filled that, the data suppliers sends it to the oh my god, there is like some bugs on my slides. I apologize for that. And so the point would be to share these files with other actors of the supply chain that are relevant, right? So here, like for the pre-trained model builder, it might be relevant for the pre-trained model builder to understand what is the training data that's gonna be used. We could imagine that the pre-trained model builder has its own assurance file to share as well with the rest of the relevant players. And so the questions would be different in that assurance file, right? So these questions would be about how the model was trained, what measures were taken to ensure accuracy and robustness, and also what are the tests, like the commonly accepted tests of robustness maybe that could exist, right? So these assurance files would also provide kind of a step-by-step process to ensure that people properly measure and assess their compliance with different requirements. This is, of course, like will rely a lot on like the standards being developed. So the standard procedures to test robustness, for example. We see this. We see effectively again like this that the files would flow through the supply chain based on the relevance, right? So, for example, the pre-trained model builder does not have to share a file with the training data supplier, because the training data supplier, it doesn't matter what the model is being used perhaps right in this situation. Maybe in other situation it will matter. We don't know. And that's why like the flow of assurance file in this case from the pre-trained model builder goes only to the provider, so that the provider can then look at these files and compile them. So this is a small example, but as you can see here, like this can quickly become much more complex, right? So we have a various stepwise process. I won't go in the details here, but effectively you could imagine the actor in charge of product development taking the responsibility to send a first file describing the AI system alongside, let's say, we could imagine like alongside the signed contracts for the supply chain, and like sending them out to the data suppliers, to all the actors that might be relevant in that supply chain, right, and that they have accepted with. There is a need for then like addressing any potential issues within the supply chain itself, right? So, for example, as I mentioned earlier, the algorithm or the model builder might need to receive some information about the data sets that will be used, right? So these data sets like will be shared also through an assurance file with specific questions and with specific informations to be shared between these two type of actors, and then all the actors send back to the product development team let's say their own files with the answers needed, and so that the product development team can then compile this into a sort of like technical documentation effectively that shows how compliance has been made, and they can send that to the solution provider for further processing, to the relevant regulators if this is required, to the importer, to the distributor if it is required as part of the legislation, and to the deployer of the AI system as well if it is needed. So this minimum viable solution is advantageous because it is efficient, right? It really is asking the minimum number of questions / tasks that would satisfy the maximum number of requirements, but doing that in a way that really use like who has effective control over this, to limit really the inefficient communications the back and forth that might be needed to satisfy this. It is pedagogical, right? We are going from a legal text to an actual step-by-step tool. It is adaptive to both technological and regulatory changes, because every 2 or 3 years we can easily imagine, or even every year we can imagine like updates to the templates being used, the templates of the AI forms being used. And then like the key point is that it is cost saving, right? This would really be like the single solution for industry and for compliance and quality assurance. So the next steps in our work really is to create an industry-led coalition to build and test a working solution from this minimum viable solution that I have shown you. This will require quite a bit of this coalition would provide quite a bit of input as well about the technology, about the compliance, about supply chain, about outreach, and like they will have to really have several work streams in order for this project to become a norm, let's say. And in itself, this is something that we could embody by the creation of a international non-profit organization in Brussels, for example, because this is really a legal entity format that has been created for this type of work. Of course, for doing that, like there is like your help is needed, right? So feel free to reach out. We believe that the creation of this small international nonprofit that would provide a secretariat for the organization as a whole, we believe that this could require up to 350,000 euros of funding, and therefore we are looking like for not only like for people with knowledge of the problem and co-creators and ASBL, but also for funders. And that's why like if you want to reach out, like do use the application, like the platform that has been set for the others. Thank you very much. I do think like I am on time, perhaps to hear if there is any question. Otherwise, like I rely on tech support and the amazing organizing team for maybe getting back on track in terms of timing as well. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Right, I'm happy to share and to answer your questions. Either right now, we have like 1 minute left, or in writing through the platform, the event platform. So I don't know if Maja wants to take back control, or Jaco. I think it might be time for you. Thank you very much.
Okay, I assume we are live. So good afternoon to everyone and welcome to the session, Big Data and AI for the Financial Sector, Challenges and Opportunities. I will wait just a couple of minutes to allow everyone to join, and then we will start. Okay, again, good afternoon to everyone and welcome to the session, Big Data and AI for the Financial Sector, Challenges and Opportunities. I think we can start. My name is Vittorio Monferrino and I am project leader at GFT, as well as the leader of the task force Big Data and AI for the Financial Sector in the framework of BDVA. So the session of today is quite packed and we have a lot of content to share. You can see here on the screen all the different speakers that will present today. And you can also see their affiliations and the roles they have in their companies. So the content of the session of today is mainly based on three different pillars. The first one is related to the innovation in the financial sector as a whole. So we will show how the trends have changed and are changing in the financial sector, how technologies are driving changes, and how the external circumstances, such as the COVID pandemic, are modifying the implementation of those changes. The second part of the session will be mainly related to the comparison with the financial institutions and especially the banking sector and the most innovative fintech companies and ecosystems. The third part of the session is related to the challenges and opportunities that the fintech ecosystems and the innovative hubs are having in implementing those changes, and also some very important future insights that could be exploited as opportunities. So here you see the agenda of today. I am starting with, let's say, the introduction of the session, and then I will describe a bit the work of the task force. That is, by the way, the main reason why we're having the session, as well as the content of a white paper that we are going to publish. And that white paper is the result of almost 1.5 years of work of the task force in the framework of BDVA. The second presentation will be made by Tomislav, who is a senior researcher at Known Center. And he will present some digital finance trends and challenges. Those will be based mainly on some of the researches and insights that have been gathered throughout the discussions of the white paper development. The third presentation will be done by Marina. She's an ethical and lawyer expert in AI, and she will present some important info and issues also related to ethics in AI and how regulations and compliances are driving innovation in relation to ethics and biases. The fourth presentation will be done by Marco, who is the task force co-leader, and he's also the AI Hub coordinator. He will present some important information both related to the implementation of new and emerging technologies in the financial sector, as well as the importance of the banking sector. And he will make the bridge for starting the comparison between the, let's say, monolithic financial institutions and the most innovative and flexible fintech companies. The fifth presentation will be done by Francisco. He's the CEO of Insomnia, and he will discuss about innovative hubs, and he will also describe the major innovative hubs in the world related to fintech. Then the session will be concluded by Clelia, who is the head of growth and partnership in the fintech district, which is the largest fintech ecosystem in Italy. And she will provide some opportunities and insights related to the fintech ecosystem. So as I said, the first important part of this session is related to innovation. And what I would like to show here is how the companies are changing, how the companies are implementing innovation, and how these last years are making a lot of modifications in the overall environment, not just specific on the financial sector, but overall in the business world. So as you can see from this graph, that is a very, very important info. It is the result of a study, of a survey made from Accenture. What you can see is that during 2019, the companies were utilizing almost 30 or 40% of their budget related to IT operations on innovation. That means 1/3 of their budget. But in the last 2 years, and especially in 2021, on one hand, probably driven by the COVID pandemic, and on the other hand, driven by the fast-paced evolution of the emerging technologies, they almost doubled the budget related to innovation. And there you can see the shift from 30, 40% to 60%. That is very important because it shows how companies are adapting to changes, how they want to be flexible in order to implement changes, such as the one that we had to implement also due to the pandemic, for example, smart working or the other changes that it had. But also it shows the opportunities that the overall adoption of technologies are creating. From this other graph, also related to the survey made by Accenture, you can see how the trend of the rate of adoption of technologies is increasing. Almost all the technologies are reaching the barrier and going beyond the barrier of 90% of overall rate of adoption of those more than 4,000 surveyed companies. And that show how the companies are changing and are trying to implement their innovation strategies. So that was findings or key findings related to the overall companies in the business world. Now, what I would like to stress is the differentiation, but also the comparison with the financial sector itself. Because as we all know, the financial sector is historically conservative and therefore resistant to digital transformation. And that is for several reasons. For example, the very monolithic processes that they have, the procedures that they have, all the different regulations and problems that they have given the different type of data that they have to manage. But as you can see from here, they are also following the pace and the drivers that all the other companies are following. It is quite clear how all the different technologies have been implemented by the financial institutions, but it is also clear how they are making assumptions and plans on how they would like to change and to innovate even more in the coming years. Now, I would like to focus on two of the trends that are showing the steepest increase, at least from 2 years ago to in 2 years. And those are advanced analytics, as you can see there, from 5% to almost 81%, and AI and machine learning, from a 0% to a 73%. That is showing mainly two things. On one hand, that companies, and especially in the financial sector, is trying to improve the analytics that the companies can make on data. And on the other hand, that they want to improve automation and optimization. That is also shown by another survey that reports that 89% of financial institutions are working on data literacy. What does that mean? That means that almost all the companies are shifting to data-driven decisions. So they don't want anymore to just rely on humans, but they want to rely on data, and they want to rely on the analysis that they can make on data. And that is one of the main reasons and drivers, let's say, for the working activities that we have done and performed in the last 2 years in the task force. So the task force was born at the beginning of 2020. And it is, as I said at the beginning, in the framework of DVA. We are more than 20 organizations over there. Some are more experienced in the financial sector, others are more on the research side. What is important in that is that in the last 2 years, we have done a lot of activities, a lot of discussions, and we have contributed all together in order to research and gather information related to the financial sector. Why? For the mission that you can see read over there. So I will read it. Investigate challenges, opportunities, and promising trends related to AI and big data in the financial sector, and to contribute to develop a common approach for the advancement of the financial and fintech sector's innovation. So that is quite ambitious, of course, we do not aim to develop a widely used approach or the pillar approach that everyone should use. What we wanted to do and what we tried to do and what I think we almost achieved to do was to gather important information, show trends, show data, and support data-driven decisions. So what I said before. And the, let's say, result of that, the mean on how we want to propagate what we have done and what we found out, is the white paper. The white paper that we wrote together as a collaboration activities in the last 1.5 years. The white paper that is currently under review from the board of directors of BBVA, and it will be published very soon. So today we will show you some of the most important findings of the white paper, along with other future insights that could support you in driving your innovation activities, or in maybe also have some new ideas. So here you see a screenshot of the structure of the white paper. It is basically the table of content of it, with the main topics that we have discussed throughout this, I think, 80 pages document that brings together a lot of different minds and ideas and a lot of different researches. So the first 2 topics are mission beyond digital finance and digital finance ecosystems, that are related to the introduction, motivation, objectives, vision, and mission of the white paper, something that I just highlighted in my presentation. And then the second section is related to the market trends, challenges, and all the different applications that are widely used by the digital finance system. And that is the focus of the second presentation from Tomislav that we start in a while. The third section, Evolving Digital Finance Towards 2025, is core and quite pillar in the white paper. And that is one of the parts we will focus on today, because it tries to make assumptions on future insights driven by ethics and regulations, something that Marina will discuss about, but also by innovative hubs, skill development, and deployment of applications, something that Marco will briefly show in his presentation. Then we have the fourth section that is called Innovative Trends and Challenges in Applying Big Data and AI in Digital Finance, that focus a bit more on the emerging technologies and how they can be applied and how they can shape the financial sector environment. The fifth section is related to the recommendations that we try to suggest to the readers in order to map those challenges that we identified through research, and also how the European environment and the New Horizon program can support those. Then there are 2 final annexes. The first one is named Deep Dives on Projects and Applications, and it relates to all the different topics that are very important for the financial sector, but were not part of the big data and the AI scope. So for example, blockchain, cryptocurrencies, decentralized finance. So a lot of high quality content that are over there and can, again, foster ideas and creativity. The last annex, the second annex, is a collection of use cases. We have gathered 15 different use cases from the industries, from the European projects, and from companies on different sectors, all in the financial sector, but related, for example, to InsurTech, RegTech, or other topics. And they provide some examples of real case applications of the financial sector that are bringing innovation all together. So I finished my speech. Now I will give the floor to Tomislav, who, as I said, will focus on the digital finance ecosystem. So the market and trends analysis, but most specifically on the challenges of the digital transformation in the financial sector. So thank you all, and Tomislav, the floor is yours.
Okay, so please confirm if you can hear me and see my screen.
We can hear and see you.
Perfect. So thank you, Vittorio, for the nice introduction. And as already mentioned, my presentation is on the topic of trends and, more importantly, challenges in digital finance with focus on Europe. So my name is Tomislav Đuričić, and I'm a senior researcher at the NOS Center Social Computing team and the university assistant at the Graz University of Technology. With that being said, I will start the presentation by providing a brief introduction on fintech and innovation in the financial sector, but also talk about the stance of the European Commission on the topic. Before we go further, so what is fintech anyway? The term itself is derived from the words financial technology, and there is a nice definition from the Financial Stability Board in which they define fintech as technologically enabled financial innovations that could result in new business models, applications, processes, or products with an associated material effect on financial markets and institutions and on the provision of financial services. In recent years, advancements in technology and artificial intelligence have disrupted and reshaped almost every industry as we know it, and the financial industry was no exception here. While innovation in finance is not a new concept, the focus on technological innovations and its pace have increased significantly. Fintech solutions that make use of big data analytics, artificial intelligence, and blockchain technologies are currently introduced at an unprecedented rate. These new technologies are changing the nature of the financial industry, creating many opportunities that offer a more inclusive access to financial services. While the benefits of fintech solutions are numerous, the introduction of new technological advancements in the financial sector does not come without risks, as well as concerns on consumer protection and financial stability. Relevant examples are underestimation of creditworthiness, market risk incompliance, fraud detection, and cyber attacks. Therefore, fintech risk management represents a central point of interest for regulatory authorities and requires research and development of novel measurements. The European Commission stance on fintech has been very clear and can be summarized as follows. The European Commission acknowledges that digital finance has a lot to offer and believes that the people and businesses of Europe are ready for it. Europe must take full advantage of this in its recovery strategy to help repair the social and economic damage brought by the pandemic, and digital technologies will be key for relaunching and modernizing the European economy across multiple sectors. At the same time, users of financial services must be protected against risks stemming from increased reliance on digital finance. To be able to do this, Europe needs to close the gap between technical and regulatory expertise, in particular providing risk management procedures needed by both sides. This could lead to further development of a regulatory framework that encourages innovations in big data analytics, artificial intelligence, and blockchain technologies. This stance is reflected in the European Commission's digital finance strategy for the EU, as well as in the EU budget powering the recovery plan for Europe. Now that we covered the introduction, we set out to understand the driving factors behind the technological disruptions in the financial sectors, as well as to understand what are currently the main challenges. We observe that the number of fintech startups in Europe and all over the world is on the rise, even during the pandemic, as the use of financial apps and mobile banking services has increased by 72% in Europe alone as a result of COVID-19, and this is all according to the FinTech magazine. What has driven this rise of fintech companies and technological disruptions in the financial industry? Well, the current competitive landscape has been shaped by a set of forces present for more than 10 years. And among them, we have diminishing profitability as a long-term trend aggravated by the Great Recession of 2008, from which financial and insurance companies never fully recovered, digitalization both from the demand and from the supply side, and globalization expressed in terms of international market integration with common legislation and capital markets. As an answer from the industries themselves, financial and insurance firms have been forced to an endless search of rationalization, focusing on cost reduction and corporate concentration. At the same time, cross-sector competition has increased, with a steady increase of entrants from other industries, especially in the financial sector, as well as startups and new players. As for the consumer perspective, several trends are key to understand the evolution of attitudes and demands. First, higher service expectations as user experiences from other sectors and services such as social networks, media, and entertainment are considered now the standard for finance and insurance as well. Growing awareness and activism against the established market power of financial institutions in services like payments or credits, and collaborative and circular economy applied to finance and banking services with peer-to-peer initiatives around blockchain and lending clubs. These shifts can be partly explained by the rise of millennials as a major consumer cohort with different consumer patterns than previous generations. Financial and insurance digital transformation takes advantage of big data, AI, and Internet of Things technologies in order to improve the accuracy and cost effectiveness of their services, as well as the overall value that they provide to their customers. Nevertheless, despite early deployment instances, there are still many challenges that need to be overcome prior to leveraging its full potential, which could also act as a catalyst for attracting more investments and for significantly improving the competitiveness of enterprises in these sectors. With that being said, we can come to the main challenges for digital transformation in finance, and the first one is data fragmentation and interoperability. Currently, most of the data collected and owned by financial organizations reside in a wide array of fragmented systems and databases. In this fragmented landscape, in some cases, extracting, transforming, and loading the data can consume up to 75 or 80% of the budget allocated to data analytics, while trying to set up seamless interoperability across different data systems. The second main challenge refers to regulatory barriers. Big data and Internet of Things deployments must respect a complex and volatile regulatory environment. In particular, they must adhere to a range of complex regulations such as Second Payment Services Directive, Markets in Financial Instruments Directive, Anti-Money Laundering Directive, while at the same time complying with general regulations such as the GDPR. And navigating through these regulatory barriers is becoming ever more challenging. In order to innovate, you also need access to realistic data sets, but such data are hardly available, as their creation requires complex anonymization processes or even tedious processes for simulating or synthesizing the data. Therefore, innovators have no easy way to access data for experimentation and testing of novel ideas. Moreover, the fragmentation of Europe's fintech ecosystem is a challenge for sharing such resources across organizations and innovators. Furthermore, recent innovations have in several cases demonstrated their value on the accuracy, performance, and quality of the resulting services. However, there is still a lack of validated business models that could drive monetization and deliver tangible business benefits. And finally, it is also important to consider the practices about risk assessment models that may be impacted by new technologies. In this context, banks and insurances may consider how to reshape business, enabling positive value for banks and the consumer. As we slowly progress towards the end of this presentation, there is one buzzword that is being repeated more than others, and that is AI. Financial industry was not immune to the disruption caused by the AI. As AI has streamlined programs and procedures, automated routine tasks, improved the customer service experience, and helped businesses with their bottom line. In fact, Business Insider predicts that artificial intelligence applications will save banks and financial institutions more than $400 billion by 2023. And according to Forbes, 70% of financial firms are already using machine learning to predict cash flow events, adjust credit scores, and detect fraud. AI has become a common denominator in every corner of fintech and digital transformation in finance. This is not surprising, as the fintech industry has always been among the earliest AI adopters, but today AI is becoming the main driver of digital transformation in traditional finance and the golden standard for fintech services. According to a report authorized by the World Economic Forum, by 2022, we can expect mass adoption of AI in the financial industry on a global scale. Otherwise, legacy financial services may become obsolete in as little as 2 years. In this graph from Autonomous Next, aggressive and conservative revenue pool estimates for AI-based fintech startups are predicting a significant increase and range anywhere between $200 and $500 billion by 2030. However, artificial intelligence does not come without some serious ethical challenges, especially when it comes to protecting your personal and financial information. The FinTech Times highlights 3 areas of concern when it comes to AI in the finance sector, and those are different biases, accountability issues, and transparency. To hear more about these topics, stay tuned for the next presentation by Marina Kubura, where she will talk about human-centric, value-driven, and trustworthy AI systems in the financial sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tomislav, for your presentation. Yeah, indeed, AI is a very important topic all throughout this session, but also for the financial sector overall. And as you said, there are a lot of benefits, but also some challenges and problems in implementing it. So Marina will now make a drill down on the ethical challenges and all the different regulations that are now specific for the financial sector. Marina, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Vittorio. And thanks for inviting me to this event. Good afternoon to everyone. I am Marina Kubura. I am a lawyer specialized in research and innovation development with PhD in legal issues of new technologies, and an ethics expert serving both for European Commission and as ethics advisor in many European projects. Today, I will briefly introduce the concept of the Altai-driven approach towards human-centric, value-driven, and trustworthy AI system in the financial sector. Considering the specific challenges brought by the AI solutions and the need for tailored responses, the European Commission and the regulators are producing a big regulatory framework fostering European competitiveness. We can mention in particular 3 main pillars which were taken into consideration for the development of the white paper. The first is the recommendation on regulation, innovation and finance produced by the expert group on regulatory obstacle to financial innovation. The second part is the digital finance package, which is really important for us, and in particular we consider a lot the digital finance strategy for Europe, where the concept of responsible innovation is stressed. The third pillar is the Commission strategy by 2024, where a number of priorities are mentioned, such as the need for technological neutrality and the opportunity to have an open finance regulatory framework. The second part of the presentation makes an in-depth analysis of the so-called Altai-driven approach in order to be able to reach an ethical and trustworthy AI in the financial domain. We know that the increasing and pervasive use of AI and other autonomous and intelligent systems brings a lot of opportunities, but also biases and perils. And for this reason, it is necessary to produce an ethical framework for AI in order to ensure consumers and individual trust in it. It is very significant in this direction to ensure that there is a fair distribution of costs and benefits, while guaranteeing that individuals and groups are free from any kind of discrimination and unjustified stigmatization. And it is what is called fairness in an AI-empowered financial system. In this direction is moving the Global Initiative on Ethics of Autonomous and Intelligent Systems, which produced in 2021 the Finance Playbook, which is considered a comprehensive cornerstone for the ethical discussion in the financial sector. And it is a sort of key step functional to materialize the ethical principles and requirements in this domain. It is also strongly aligned with the European vision because it makes reference a lot to the assessment list for trustworthy artificial intelligence developed by the high-level expert group on artificial intelligence set up by the European Commission. This Altai assessment list is considered as an actionable tool for implementing and operationalizing the ethical mandates also in the financial sector. It refers to the 7 ethical principles for trustworthy AI, in particular established in the ethics guideline for trustworthy AI, and which have a people-first approach. And the Altai assessment list is used by the book as an instrument for mapping the requirements to the use cases and for delivering an ethical AI solution. We can see that the use cases for the financial services described in the financial playbook are described in 4 groups, and each of them is assessed against the Altai-driven list. We can see 2 examples of the robo-advisor and the personalized marketing offer, where the main ethical implications are respectively human agency and oversight, societal and environmental well-being, and on the other side, the main ethical implication are privacy and data protection, diversity and non-discrimination. Moving to the upcoming ethical and regulatory priorities worldwide in the financial sector, as identified not only in Europe, but also in Canada, Singapore, and other countries, they are this: transparency, explainability, fairness, accountability, human control, safety, and non-discrimination. It is something common worldwide. The last point it is important to mention is the relevance of the certification initiative also in the financial sector. In particular, we can mention the ethics certification program for autonomous and intelligent systems. This is an instrument that could be used also by the financial stakeholder to promote responsible innovation, confidence of the consumers in the financial organization, and the design and implementation of solutions against their criteria could demonstrate the commitment towards a trustworthy foundation of their system, and so help them in bringing trust and a competitive advantage. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Marina. Indeed, a lot of great content, especially because regulations and certifications sometimes are by themselves driving innovation. And now you have a kind of overview of the AI from the ethical perspective and from all the different challenges and problems that it can bring together. Now Marco will provide some inputs and some data on others' perspectives on artificial intelligence, especially from the banking sector point of view. So Marco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vittorio. Let me share my screen. Okay. Okay, can you see this?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, thank you for inviting me to this event. I found it very interesting until now. I just a word to introduce myself. I am Marco Rotoloni, and I'm the coordinator of Artificial Intelligence Hub in Abilab. Abilab is the Research and Innovation Center of the Italian Banking Association. What I'm going to tell you today is some highlights about how digital transformation is taking place in the banking sector, and in particular, I would tell something about the Italian context, which I am more familiar with, about AI and fintech. So let's start with AI. Talking with AI, all the speakers that take the floor before my speech said that the artificial intelligence is a really big hype today. Everyone is focusing on artificial intelligence, looking on
opportunities, threats, and how to adopt this in the banking and financial context. We try to analyze this phenomenon and understand why artificial intelligence is starting to become hype in this period. And maybe we get two answers. The first one is about the huge amount of data. Since the last decade, data rise a lot in the banking sector, also considering the digital transformation part of many banks. And so more data means that we have more opportunity to analyze data and to create patterns and to adopt artificial intelligence engine to discover something more. And the second is the computational capability. So now also the technological backbone, the architectures of bank are evolving and also leveraging on the capabilities of cloud, for example, it's possible to use more computational capability resources and analyze more data. What are the needs now? As Marina said before, it's important to develop a new culture and to govern the artificial intelligence implementation, taking into consideration risks and also ethical concerns. But of course, another important thing is to understand where to apply artificial intelligence in bank and how artificial intelligence can introduce new opportunities for customers and for the evolution of banking services. Also considering the increasing competition and internationalization that we are living today, and also the rise of fintech realities. So let's start talking about what are the priorities of bank in terms of research. This is a survey that we take in the Italian context in last March, so it's very actual still now. And we can see that the first priority is the artificial intelligence, together with the cloud computing, that is a sort of enabler of innovation. Of course, together with these two hypes, we can highlight the importance of cybersecurity, because when the data rise, the digital transformation is increasing. There are also more risk, and the attention on cybersecurity is, of course, one of the priorities that we cannot forget. Other interesting priorities, the data valorization. So understand how to transform data into value for business, value for customers, value for all the stakeholders of the bank. And to do this, another interesting thing is that banks are looking with a lot of attention the open innovation patterns and the open banking as an opportunity to share and to talk with fintech. Globally, in Italy, more than 5.2 billion euros are spent on ICT. So, and we expect another increase of budget by the end of the year. Focusing on artificial intelligence, we can say that the main area of adoption in banks are at this moment focused on the assistance, so internal support or customer support. That's the word of chatbots, the word of virtual assistant, and any kind of robot advisor that banks are developed now. Together with this big attention on the use of artificial intelligence to engage customers, to engage users. Another important thing is the use of artificial intelligence to improve processes, to improve internal processes. So, of course, anti-money laundering, of course, credit, of course, operation, together with, I would say, intelligent business process automation, RPA, and so on. So we are looking at two sides. The first one is customers, the second is internal efficiencies. Both are very high in the priority of banks. And of course, each of these destination of attention can bring a data valorization. We can extract value from data, both if we are talking about customer relationship, both if we are talking about internal process improvement. What are the challenges? This is an interesting question that we ask to banks. We can say that maybe the first two colors, the blue and the green, are the high and very high priority for banks, area of attention. One is availability of expertise and skill. So there is still a gap between the skill that we need to unlock the power of artificial intelligence and the skill that we have right now. So focusing on competence and of course on cultural transformation is core, is something very important to get results. Other area of attention is the measurement of results of artificial intelligence products, because maybe everyone tells that artificial intelligence is something that can bring a lot of value, that bring a lot of opportunities, but can you really measure these results? Can you really measure these opportunities that we are raising? If we cannot measure this in a business perspective, it's very difficult to justify more investment on AI. So one of the focus is measure these results. Of course, maybe there are also some point of attention about the regulatory and explainability aspect, and more in general on the project management of AI. What can we do to support bank in facing all these challenges? That's an interesting experience that we had in Italy. In the Italian banking sector, we develop an AI hub, a community of research, innovation, and discussion between banks, innovation partner, and university, and also research institutes, in order to make together research on AI, discuss about AI use cases and the results that each bank can have reached, make together scouting and experimentation of possible application of AI, and face together the main compliance and regulatory issue. So now the AI Hub is a very active community, 10 Italian banks, 10 innovation partners, and also academia and university, in particular also the Italian Artificial Intelligence Association. And it's a very interesting experience, because maybe working together and sharing experience is something very important to go to the right direction, and not limiting the risk to do something in the wrong way. So the community approach is very important for banks, very important also for us, and maybe also taking into consideration the fact that the ecosystem is not limited to banks right now, but we have also to consider the fintech phenomenon. In particular, we can see that all banks are still very active in developing partnership with fintech. 64% of banks have already started the partnership with some fintech, and 42% of banks are creating incubators or experimentation frameworks that may help to experiment, to try, and to find new and innovative solutions. Another important activities that banks now are facing is the scouting of the fintechs. So going to the market, analyzing the fintech scenario, and try to understand if there are some interesting initiatives that we can incorporate in our business, or that we can use to launch some shared research and development initiatives with fintech. At the moment, the first area of attention is the payment services, but we are looking also as an increase of attention in lending and account aggregation. So many areas of the business of banks is interested in possible innovation that may be developed with fintech, and also with a dedicated budget that maybe is something very relevant. What is the future? What can we see with the future? So the first thing that we want to highlight also coherently with what the European Commission is promoting as data economy framework and so on. We see an evolution that starting from the open banking, something from what we did to answer the PSD2 regulation, we already are used to share data about financial services and focusing on banking. The future could be also extend this sharing of data also to other financial services. Also, for example, not only about payments, but about saving, credits, investment, and so on, in order to develop an overall package of services that is not something about payments, it's only something about the whole financial service, all financial life cycle of the customer. The future could be the open data world, a world in which we are not only sharing information about the financial behavior of customers, but also involving other industries. What can happen also, for example, if maybe energy and utilities can share data with financial services, or mobility or healthcare? We can really redesign services for customers that maybe touch every aspect of their life, integrating the financial aspect with the development of any activities that the customer can make. For example, maybe if we have the visibility about the data of customer using, for example, public services, using, for example, public transportation, we can maybe understand where they are. We can understand if they need maybe to buy a ticket for a bus using their card, or maybe if they need to reserve a visit from the doctor in the healthcare sector. So open data is the future in our view, and to go there, what we need to do first, we need to consider the increasing competition of the financial sector and beyond. Competition is increasing, and we have to take into consideration this. We have to ensure a level playing field, following the logic that same services introduce same risks and need the same supervision. The problem also is that banking sector is very regulated, other sector not. So we have to pay attention that if a competitor that is not a bank offers the same services of a bank, maybe we need to have the same supervision and the same risk mitigation measures. Then we have to increase transparency, security, ethics, and sustainability. Everyone should be committed on this objective, in particular ethics, in particular sustainability. We think that there are two core elements for the future. And then boost innovation. So experiment, collaborate, create partnership, create incubators and experimentation framework, because only experimenting and working together is possible to create new services that maybe could be a win-win model for everyone. With this, I'm at the end of the presentation. If you have some question, I'm available.
Thank you a lot, Marco. A lot of great content, a lot of data, a lot of numbers. So as you can maybe understand, we are showing all the different trends, analysis, and data that could give us a general overview on different perspectives of how the financial sector is changing, what the financial sector is implementing, and what are the future opportunities and main needs that all the different actors have. Two important things that Marco discussed about and will be taken mainly by Fran in order to drill down a bit are, on one hand, the need of the skills and skill development that all the financial institutions and all the companies overall have, but also the differences that the financial institutions and the banks have in respect to the fintech companies. So Fran, the floor is yours, and I'd like to continue on this wave.
Hi, hello, Vittorio. Thank you very much to invite me for this Congress and for this meeting. I listened with attention to other speakers' presentations, and especially to Marcos underline. So let's talk a little bit about European ecosystems. Let me say my... Are you now? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I see your screen.
Yeah, I'm trying to now. Okay, now it's complete.
Yes.
Okay.
I see your screen in presentation mode. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Just to continue with Marcos' approach to what's happening and how are we experiencing the connection between ecosystems in Europe, I'm going to focus on this European Union vision. And first of all, I would like to underline that all these dialogues and bridges between banks and fintech are normally based on asymmetries. Of course, that as we will see later in the past, the most important banks at EU level has created links between the innovation and digitalization teams and the fintech sector, but it's still being a dance between elephants and gazelles. Why? Normally because banks, as you know, are large companies with a lot of barriers based on compliance, legacy. They take a lot of time to have decisions internally to move up from one technologies to other. And one of the two things that we normally listen from startups, mainly fintech, when we try to connect fintech with banks, are okay, when we go to a bank and we say, guys, look at what we have created. Normally, always we can meet a director or responsible in the table of the banks that say, okay, we already do this. We are very good on that. We don't need you. These are normally what we call innovation stoppers. And believe me, that still being on that management tables. On the other side, we have fintechs. Normally, European fintechs, as we will see later, are small companies, very flexible, really innovative and creative. We are one of the biggest ecosystem, or probably the big ecosystem at global level concerning to fintech and also insurtech implementations. And they have mainly two advantages. They can create fast track products. So fintechs, as you know, are so fast on the creation of products. They always think that their products are new, innovative, and advanced from the technological point of view. But what we have also learned is that fintech in Europe, at least in a B2B or B2B2C based models, need also the data of the banks, the clients of the banks, the structures of the banks to create something new. So at the end, what we have on one side, banks that need innovators, that need new products and services, new ways to digitalize. And on the other side, we have identified more than 3,000 solutions at EU level from different technologies and verticals. We will see later on my presentation that we could connect fast track way with banks, not just in Europe, but also in the rest of the world. So we have a huge opportunity to move up the fintech ecosystem, the European fintech ecosystem in the connection with other banks. 5 years ago, this was mainly the situation. Not just these 4 banks, but also the rest of big and medium banks. 5-7 years ago, the situation was, okay, we know that we have fintechs and scale-ups and startups trying to disrupt our sector. They are trying to get licenses. They are talking with the regulator. They are investing a lot of time and talent on new technologies. So we have to do something to connect with. And in the beginning, the first approach from banks to startups and scale-ups at EU level were mainly hackathons, open innovation programs, recognition, prizes, awareness, slow partnerships, what we call slow partnerships, and weak relations between both sides. BBVA, BNP Paribas, Intesa, and Santander, and the rest of the banks, most of them, they start the negotiation with the first innovators creating fintech solutions. What we did in the past from Insomnia, and now I will link this with the Talent Route Network, which probably is of interest of the audience, was okay in Europe, and this was the hypothesis we base the building up of our methodology at EU level. The hypothesis was that okay, we have a lot of innovative companies in payments, in new services for companies, in analytics, in database structuration, in risk analytics, in a lot of things. We are so good, but our companies are small, they are so weak, and they need to connect with banks. And for that connection, they need a bridge, and they need an acceleration program. We are this kind of acceleration programs for fintech. So we base all our methodology in B2B, B2B2C models, and we are also based on the co-creation. What's co-creation? Of course, that you know what's co-creation better than me, but to show in some examples what we believe on co-creation processes, please let me say that when a fintech believes that has gold into the hands and try to sell these solutions to the banks, normally the banks also bet for a new solution in co-creation methodologies with that kind of companies. So we believe in innovation, creation, fast track and adaptability of the fintechs, but we also believe on the potential of the banks as huge platforms with a lot of clients that can connect with the application, with the new technology services provider, a lot of new services to the huge volume of clients they have, not just particulars, but also SMEs and companies. So to do this, we take the decision, the free equity, we are a free equity solution. So we don't invest, we are clear and independent. And this allow us to work with more than 50 banks around the world. Why? Because as we don't have interest in the companies, as we don't have a particular commercial interest in the startups, because we don't invest, we can move all these companies from one bank to other, and that creates medium companies in the beginning and big companies at the end. The ecosystem, just some remarks concerning the ecosystem. We are the biggest ecosystem of fintech in the world. It's Europe, it's not USA, it's not Asia. Why? Because here, as I introduced in my previous slides, companies born not just to fight against banks, not just to fight against the big corporations of payments like Visa, MasterCard, not to fight against the big technologies companies. They normally are created to identify something very specific that they can create added value for. So besides, in the surroundings of the ecosystem of banks at EU level, we have a lot of fintech solutions, a lot of insurtech solutions that are connecting from one country to other. So we can also just determine that we have a good mobility between companies. Of course, that this is something that we need to increase in the next years, but as ecosystem, we are the biggest one. Opportunities, LATAM, Asia, and USA are more difficult markets, but in LATAM we have a huge opportunity to connect all that we have, all that we create, to the needs they are facing in the present. They need financial and social inclusion companies. They need mobile payment solutions. They need artificial intelligence solutions for the management of the banks. They need new core platforms to transfer and pass to the cloud a lot of historical structures they have. So Europe is not just a market itself. Europe is also could be one of the main fintech and insurtech providers, solution providers in the world, if we can create something at European level. And that's what we try. That's what we try. That's what we are trying, and that's something that we also share with the audience and invite you to take part. We create the Talent Route in 2017 with the cooperation of some of the main fintech hubs at EU level. Now we are. This is not updated. The slide, sorry. We are 23 countries and more than 30 hubs. How we work in a very friendly basis approach. So once we have a bank, imagine we are cooperating with banks in Spain, with 2 or 3 banks looking for, let's say, biometrical solutions to identify non-banking clients, or artificial intelligence to determine risk analytics of companies. Okay, once we have these challenges defined, we scout, we make this scouting not just at local level but also at European, at global level, and we are able to present the bank the main 5 solutions, the top 5 solutions identified and analyzed by our consultants and our experts. We also have sectorial meetings. We have a map of the main fintechs and insurtech, and we create all the years what we call the galaxy, the fintech and insurtech galaxy. This is very, very briefly what we have in 2020. So we are waiting also for data for these years. And in Europe, the ecosystem, we will see later how is it based on the basis of technologies. But in Europe now, a lot of solutions for SMEs and freelancers. We're still having a lot of movement and interest from companies in payments and wealth management and asset management solutions. And growing up, we have, as you can see on the slide, all these solutions related to cryptocurrencies, cybersecurity, and alternative scoring. So as payment methods decrease in the last years and solutions for SMEs increase, the rest more or less keep on the same brand of the analytics. When we go to do this analysis through technologies, no surprise, but we have a market here. The artificial intelligence and learning machine solutions represent the 50% of the fintech solutions we provide in the B2B, B2B2C models. So what that says, this shows that artificial intelligence, blockchains, and blockchain and cybersecurity interface are the technological basics to invest in the next year to transform these small and medium companies in big companies able to cooperate and work not just with local banks, with regional banks, with national banks, but also with European, and why not with global banks. Tendencies, also trends. The consolidation of the model is something that is clear on the analytics. As you can see on the slide, close to 17% of the solutions are B2C, and all these solutions are normally early stage solutions or neobanks. So both are concentrated on that. So in Europe, and I go back to the argument, our companies don't try to fight to make competence to big banks. They more try to cooperate with, and B2B, B2G models are still growing and growing and growing. Now we have a new trend with what we call B2G. B2G are open innovation programs that try to connect with the startups from the governments. So now we have the local banks, the regulators, but also the European Central Bank that opened a call, a bid last year for this, trying to connect with the startups, trying to keep the dialogue with the innovators in the fintech sector. And I think that this is also a big opportunity to all of us. Now, what we believe, and this is my last slide, is time to engagement. So in the past, as I mentioned, we had all these hackathons, meetings, open innovation programs. Okay, that was nice. But in Spain, France, Luxembourg, Belgium, Germany, of course, United Kingdom, the data and the experience show us that now banks want to strengthen these relations with fintech, but also the market is in permanent movement. And now these cross initiatives are competition and non-competition. So what we can find on the market now are cooperation between Apple, MasterCard, Google is developing a very, very interesting project with BBVA, Amazon with Santander. So now the situation is that we also have not just cooperation between banks and fintech, not just cooperation between big tech and fintech, we also have cooperation between big tech and banks, and big tech and huge banks. So I don't know if this is an opportunity. I don't know if this is some challenge that we need to better define between all of us. But what we are sure is that this is not the end of the game, and that a new period of fintech evolution is going to happen in a very, very short time in Europe. So thank you very much for your attention, and I give Vittorio for questions if there were any in the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Fran, and thank you for providing this very broad perspective on the banking sector, the FinTech Hub, and the innovation overall. So now it's the turn of our last speaker, Clelia, who will drill down even more on the FinTech sector, on the FinTech ecosystems, and will also utilize some keywords that Fran used at the end. So cooperation, collaboration, and everything put together with the other very important word that we have said today a lot of times, that is open. So Clelia, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Vittorio. Thank you for this opportunity. I think is the last speech, so I will try to sum up what we have said before. I tried to share the screen. Please tell me if you see it. It's okay.
Yes, we see.
Thank you very much. So I just to sum up, want to sum up what we said today. I'm Clelia Tosi. I'm the head of growth and partnership of FinTech District. I'm very happy to hear about Insomnia. We are like very close to each other. We are the gateway to the Italian FinTech ecosystem. So I would like to tell you also something what's going on in Italy, as well as Marco said before. But first of all, I would like to show you what is going on in the FinTech ecosystem scenario. We said that FinTech is not a new trend, it's something which is real now. And only in the last year, we have more than 5,000 new startups in the FinTech ecosystem that were born. We have we are close to 130 FinTech unicorn worldwide, and the value aggregated of this phenomenon is around $560 billion. So it's something really huge and to pay attention to. Also from the investment point of view, FinTech is one of the most interesting and most valuable asset for VC and CVC. In fact, as you can see to this graph, we have really important new numbers in 2021 after 2022, which was not so good for investment, also due to pandemic reason. A strong growth, as I told you, comes from the VC. And UK, looking at the European investment area, is the main investment hub, but Scandinavia and Germany will follow. So as you can see, also from an investment point of view, fintech is a really important industry and gives a lot of new opportunities for investments. Looking at which are the main important trends, we focus on AI, and then I will tell you also what we think about AI in fintech. But I think that from our perspective, we have 4 relevant trends that we have to assess and to look at. The first one is buy now, pay later. I think that everyone knows what is it, and it is expected to reach 3 trillion by 2030 from an investment point of view. It is a really interesting trend, not because it's not only a B2C model, but a lot of incumbents are now looking at this and to understand how to use it also for their customers. On the other hand, there is an important risk connected to this business model, which is the over-indebtedness of people and the sustainability of the business model itself. So we know that the European Commission and the FCA are now looking at to understand how to intervene on this framework. We have a lot of interesting companies that look at this, that do this job. The most important are ClearPay, Afterpay, and Klarna. I know that you know them. Another important trend is revenue-based finance. Is a new way of financing companies. They don't have companies. They don't have to share. To sell that shares to investors, but investors could be just lenders. And so it's changed completely the way how to invest in companies and give also a really clear return on investment and return on opportunities for investor. On this side, we have interesting new and not new companies that are doing these jobs. For example, Capchase, Uncapped, and Clearco. If you want to know better them, I can give you some example and some links together as well after the presentation. Another important trend from our side is asset tokenization. I think everyone knows that the global market is growing. It will be worth around $2 billion in 2026, and it's useful to tokenization is useful because you can give new financial and liquidity alternatives for companies, and also for those who buy tokens, they have the possibility to modify and balancing their investment in a more efficient way. Also from this point of view, we have important companies that are focus on that. Some here you can see some names, and it is very interesting that also from that point of view, some incumbents are looking at them to build up partnership. I think that but I think that the most important trend is open collaboration. We have talked a lot about this during the previous speeches, and also from our point of view, that's the way to work with fintech. Some years ago, fintechs were seen like enemies. I think that friend before told this, and now every bank, company see that collaboration is the best path for long-term innovation and growth. We know that banks and corporation has a lot of need of transformation, and through collaboration with fintech, they can do it. It's interesting to know that open collaboration is something really important and very focused. Now we have a lot of partnership that comes during the year. Here you can see some of them, with, for example, ING with Minna Technologies about subscription, or Sella with Working Voice about in innovation finance, or for example BNP Paribas with token for a new way of payments. So collaboration is something real and focus on projects and investments. So it's not only no more like awards or hackathon, as we said before. Also in FinTech District, we try to boost this collaboration. We do a lot of matchmaking activities between corporates and FinTech community. We have more than 200 FinTech, InsurTech, RegTech in our community now. And we foster this collaboration through matchmaking projects and co-creation. We do it as our friends of Insomnia in Italian, with an Italian focus, but also with a connection to international labs. And for example, we organized the Milan FinTech Summit, which is the main event focused on FinTech in the Italian ecosystem, with a goal to positioning Italian and Milan as the capital of FinTech in Europe. I just go very speeding this slide because we have talked a lot about AI in FinTech. So the growth is really huge. I would like only to say that the strongest spend growth over the next 5 years will be in Western Europe. So we are in the center of this growth. And I think that AI is one of the first most important way to do collaboration between FinTech and financial institution. Also, Marco told us that there are a lot of different way of work with AI in FinTech and international and financial institution, focus on different path of the value chain. For example, chatbot, virtual assistant, intelligence data processing, or a recommendation system. And we have, for example, 10 companies in our community that do this for financial institutions. So AI is really one of the most important trend to look at and to foster in order to develop the collaboration between FinTech and financial institution or incumbent in general. I just want to underline this concept so that collaboration is the key for a real and worth innovation. I think that all this panel will talk about this, and we have different challenges that from our point of view, and also speaking to our corporate member, they need to assess. The first one is about goals. Innovation and collaboration has to focus on growth. For example, new markets, new clients, but at the same time is for efficiency, internal efficiency. So you can find FinTech to work with to grow and to find new products and new clients, but at the same time to reduce cost and do more savings. The second challenge is strategy. We still need, in Italy, we have to find out how to develop the innovation culture inside the organization, but at the same time, we need a strong innovation governance to look at. So these two words have to go together and to build up the innovation strategy. The third part is ecosystem. We could not speak with startups and with fintechs if we don't have an ecosystem that work together, that is ready and to develop new projects, but at the same time, all the stakeholders have to be connected and interested in doing this job. So thank you, everyone. I hope that this my speech could be a really a sum up of what we have heard today. And thank you again. And if you have any question, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you, Clelia. And thank you to all the speakers. I hope the overall presentations and the overall session was interesting enough and provided to all the audience some ideas or some data or some concept that they might utilize again for their activities. So we still have some minutes left. So I would start now the Q&A session. And I would start with you, Clelia, as you were the last speaker.
Yes.
Especially because you throw like a ball discussing about open collaboration. And I think that's a very important topic. And I think it was quite clear from all the different speeches how collaborating through also different kind of enterprises or sides of industries is very, very important. And I like the fact that you put collaboration together with the word open. That I think is very important. And you described it as a catalyst to boost innovation. So could you please drill down a bit on it by providing me some pros, cons, and also some examples that you can bring with partnerships and the FinTech district ecosystem? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. I would like to tell about barriers instead of cons, because I think that the cons are like knowing, but I think that we still need have some barriers to open collaboration and open innovation. The first one that we see also speaking with our members that trying to build up projects and POC with FinTech is the need of commitment of the C-levels, and in general to have a strategy which is aligned to this, because this could be also useful to speed international decision-making process, which is decision-making process, which is really one of the most important barriers that FinTech, when trying to speak with the corporate, look. The second barrier, I think, is the difficulty to find the right team that could follow the project. You have to build up like a team, like a SWAT team, focus on innovation, IT, legal. We saw before the importance of the ethics and compliance framework. So all these things, and I think that the company has to build up a team, focus on all this stuff. And then, as we can see before, the compliance framework. This is still a barrier specific on the financial sector to develop this open collaboration. Thanks to some regulation like PSD2, something is changes, but we still need to understand better this compliance and legal framework. From the pros, I think that we can focus on two different aspects. I think that a lot of us has already mentioned this. The pros is to do and better develop the internal efficiency, so cost reduction, time to market reduction, and data-driven approach, as we told before. And on the other side, the external growth. For example, new customer, new product, and new market. So what from our perspective, we see these two areas of pros to open collaboration. We have a lot of example. One is interesting. I just want to underline this because it's Italian and is made by two of our members, which is Sella and the Working Voice. They work together. The Working Voice is an Italian FinTech focused on invoice trading. So they build up a partnership focused on PSD2 and independent finance in order to give to sell a bank client, focus on SMEs clients, new way of developing, for example, with innovative financial services like invoice trading or reverse factoring, all activities that the bank do in a traditional way. With this partnership that can do it really more efficient and in a more efficient and more customer-centric way. I hope I answered to your question and I'm available.
You did, Clelia. Thank you. So I think you mentioned a lot of, I would call them ingredients needed for a successful open collaboration, and both as barriers or as pros. So I wrote some notes like commitment, team, compliance, efficiency, environment as external consequences. So I think these are all very important points. And I would like to ask to Fran in the last 2 minutes, and then we close the session. What do you think about that, and how do you see and how can the European ecosystem evolve in the next years, also based on collaboration and what Clelia just said?
Thank you, Vittorio. Thank you. Well, most of the main things that or ideas that have been put into the floor could answer this question. From my point of view, one of the first elements are these kind of meetings. So this kind of meetups, networks between us, this kind of exchange of visions and opportunities. This is something that we need to increase. Our colleague in Italy, they are so good on the definition of Milan FinTech, and they are doing a huge work. We have something similar in Spain and Denmark, in Belgium, in France. We have Paris FinTech. We have a lot of things, but most of that things are disseminated. If you go to the United States, they have the MoneyConf. If you go to Hong Kong, they have the main hub connected with the distribution of services. Now in Europe, we have 25 ecosystems, more than 200 banks doing similar things. A lot of small companies, fintech, that could increase their results if they could cooperate between themselves and create spin-offs from these joint ventures. So we need to bid for that. So we are working on the creation of an European ecosystem. In other sectors, like the artificial intelligence, like the European Union is putting a lot of money through the European Horizon Europe program and other programs to do this, but we don't have these public resources. On the other side, the market has a lot of resources. You mentioned some figures according the Italian fintech ecosystem in terms of VCs and investments. So figures are important, but in comparison with the global market are insignificant. The same is in Spain. Something similar is in Belgium. Something really similar is facing in Luxembourg. But if we put all this together and if we invite the global VCs to one demo day in Europe, and we can create a catalog of services, saving services and sales services between all of us, I'm sure that we could create something bigger. And we need someone to lead, to promote, and to do this. So thank you very much again, Vittorio, for your work. And we are working also for that, pushing up as much as we can.
Thank you, Fran. So aggregation, ecosystems, collaboration, a lot of great words. And we have finished the time. So I hope everyone, or at least almost everyone, enjoyed the session. And I hope you had a great time and great insights, because we worked hard in order to make this presentation and try to put some contents that could have been useful also for you. Just another 30 seconds and then we close. As a reminder, we are going to publish the white paper in a couple of months. So I encourage you to stay tuned and to look on the BDVI website, because as soon as it will be published, you will be able to see it. And if you want to reach us out, you can see all the names of the speakers. You can reach us out through the BDVF platform or LinkedIn or any other means you would prefer. So thank you a lot. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you have a great continuation of the BDV forum and end of the day. Hi all, and thank you a lot also to all the speakers who are here
Bye. Thank you.
to bring a lot of great
Bye.
contents.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the session Data Spaces for Sustainable Data Economy in Agriculture, multi-stakeholder perspective, which is organized in the context of the BDVA Task Force 7 subgroup 9 on agriculture, and is also supported by the Demeter project. Let's have a quick look at how this session was organized. Of course, the overall focus is on data spaces, which can be defined as virtual environments to exchange data, but maybe this is not an exhaustive definition. In fact, it refers to technology, and there is a huge challenge there, of course, but technology is not just the only aspect to take into account. In fact, data spaces are considered at the European level as a means to achieve leadership in the data economy. So we are referring to business ecosystems where multiple potential stakeholders interact and have different interests. However, we have also other challenges to face, for example, environmental challenges and climate change, as well as societal challenges, including power, knowledge imbalances, and digital divide. That's why we need a specific focus on agriculture and a multi-stakeholder approach. The aim of this session is also to understand if and what has been also achieved and which are the next steps. So now let's have a look at the agenda, which starts with my quick introduction. My name is Mario Baril, and I work as a business developer for the Research and Development Department at Engineering Informatica. And I will have the pleasure and honor to introduce Doris Marquardt from the European Commission, DG Agri, who will be setting the scene and provide the governance perspective at the UL level. Then we will focus on the national perspective with Patrick Barrett from the Irish Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine. Then we will switch to the technology perspective, and we will see how challenges, solutions, and the roadmap for technological development will articulate with Marco Turpainen from 1001 Lakes, with Kevin Dooling from the Walton Institute, and with Stefan Steen from the FKI. Then we will put in the farmer's shoes with Giorgio Canocchi from Coldiretti, and we will close with Daniel Azevedo from Copa Cogeca, who will be providing the policymaking perspective. For the moment, I have the pleasure to introduce Doris Marquardt from the European Commission, who will be setting the scene and provide us with the vision of the European Commission. Doris, please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Yes, perfect. Yes, thank you for the invitation. Thank you for having me. I'm Doris Marquardt from DG Agri and Unit B2 Research Innovation. And I say thanks for providing the opportunity to reflect on the question on data spaces for a sustainable data economy in agriculture. And I would like to present one EU-level perspective, and I think it's not the only one, because, for instance, at the end, we will also hear and listen to an EU-level perspective from the farmer side. So in your community, you know the value of data. It's not necessary to reflect on it in detail, but I would like to highlight the potential of data in agriculture, to briefly reflect what are the important dimensions to be considered in rolling out a sustainable data economy. So it was already said it can contribute to increase farm performance as input for digital technologies and precision farming. At sector level, through data sharing, it can increase also the sector's resilience, for instance, through adaptation to climate change. It's also relevant not only within the sector, but also beyond the supply chain. So you could really imagine on totally other sectors interested in agriculture data. For instance, the tourism industry. How does the landscape look like in certain areas? So it's really about more than the agriculture sector, for which the data is potentially relevant. And from the Commission perspective, yes, we also see clear potential of agriculture data to contribute to policy monitoring and evaluation, not only in the field of agriculture, but also, for instance, in environmental policies, climate policies. So in short, you know it, agriculture data has a value, and is increased with quality and with quantity. And I think as it regards quality, so the technology dimension we come also today later. What is important? Agriculture data has value. It is important that this value is fairly shared. And to really exploiting the value of agriculture data requires joint effort. In the data strategy, the Commission has proposed a called Common European Agriculture Data Space as one space in a set of data spaces. So the main purpose of the data space is a trustworthy sharing and pooling of data to be facilitated. And as outlined on the previous slide, the data space has the potential to provide a basis not only for the sectoral purposes, which is really important, but also for research and innovation, for the development of solutions for the sector, and to create forecasting, monitoring, and policy relevant data. Important, the design is not predefined. It's to be developed, jointly developed following participatory approach. And here it's not only about the technology, but also about governance and business models and the mechanisms to share the data. Also the role, for instance, of public data and the contribution to common good proposals needs to be defined. And here a joint approach is necessary. It's supported under the Digital Europe program, I will come to that, and it's accompanied by a set of legal acts and capability actions, which I will introduce later today as well. And here you raised in the description of the session the question of the potential for overlaps. I will try to highlight that there is a potential for synergies between the different actions launched at the European Union level. So more concrete, what is set out to the rollout of the Common Agriculture Data Space is the so-called coordination and support action to really allow for a participatory approach to roll out and develop the approach to the data space. So it's supported under the first work program of the Digital Europe program. And what is key for us as a Commission is the involvement of stakeholders and member states in the development of the approach of the data space. So, and important as well is the stock taking of ongoing initiatives. So we don't have to start from the scratch. We can learn from the experiences, and it will also be important to link already existing initiatives and efforts. So moreover, it's foreseen to take stock with the experience with the code of conduct. What are the perspectives of stakeholders on that? Are there changes needed to the regime? Does it work? Can we simply take it over? So their stock taking is essential as well. So it's more than the development of technical solutions. This coordination and support action is expected to be followed by an implementation action under the second work program, then to build up on the results of the coordination and support action, and then to set up, let's say, a data space. And I introduced at the beginning that we have several common European agriculture data spaces in different domains, and those are links, for instance, to common building blocks for the data spaces to potentially achieve the reuse of sectoral data in other domains. I provided examples at the beginning, but also to set out the potential of high-value data sets for the different data spaces. Now coming a little bit closer to the framing condition and enablers. What I'm meaning here. So we have for sure framing conditions like cross-sectoral legislation currently evolving, the development of markets, then for instance sector-specific requirements which may relate, for instance, to reporting mechanisms and so on. Then there are examples of enablers. And with enablers, I mean the capacities to roll out an effective data economy, and in this case, also effective data spaces in agriculture. So to name here, for instance, is research and innovation, to inform the decisions on the common European agriculture data space. To capitalize research and innovation, which opportunities are there to capitalize agriculture data? To develop database solutions for the agriculture sector, and to develop secure data sharing and pooling technologies. There are other types of capacity buildings, for instance, the development of digital skills, advisory service, investment support, which are also essential to roll out an effective data economy. And also cross-sectoral legislation can form enablers. We will come to that. So if we look at the framing legal initiatives, then we have for the data spaces quite relevant the Data Governance Act, for which political agreement has been achieved earlier this week between co-legislators. So here's the overall ambition, like also for the other acts just to be introduced, is the ambition to better use and reuse data to facilitate this, among others, through provisions on data sharing intermediaries, on data altruism, and the better use of sensitive public data, and the creation of a European Digital Innovation Board, which will also be important to, in the context of cross-sectoral mechanisms on data sharing. Then forthcoming, the so-called Data Act, there will be a particular focus on achieving clarity on co-generated data between businesses and also businesses and consumers. And it's also about facilitating of business to government data sharing and business to business data sharing overall. Then briefly to be mentioned already, the Implementing Act on High Value Dataset, where, for instance, for the agriculture domain, geospatial data might be of high interest as an input to the Common European Agriculture Data Space, but also available for all other data spaces there. So that will be data sets which are freely available, ready to go for everyone to download. And the Digital Markets Act will frame also the data markets overall across sectors, with a special focus on regulating gatekeepers on gatekeeping online platforms. So if we now look at the situation and the framing situation for the Common European Agriculture Data Space, we can differentiate between different levels. So we have, for sure, for data sharing and governance structures, a sectoral and data space specific regimes. So at the moment, for instance, in the agriculture sector, there is a code of conduct providing a kind of regime for data sharing in the sector. Then we expect within the, let's say, the coordination and support actions that governance structures will be developed to also frame a regime for the common agriculture data space to be set up. Then there are horizontal actions and rules framing, let's say, the portfolio of common European data spaces. So one example is the Data Support Center, which will link and provide assistance to the rollout of all the data spaces, and the use of common building blocks to, on the medium and long term, facilitate data sharing across the different data spaces. And then, as already introduced, framing conditions concern also the horizontal legislation, applicable not only to the specific announced common data spaces, but also beyond the data spaces. Now let's have a look at the enablers. So one key enabler for a sustainable data economy is research and innovation. And I am today quite selective, only focusing on the pillar 2 of Horizon Europe, and provide some examples relevant for the rollout of data sharing mechanisms in agriculture. So one key initiative developed at European level, and which is expected to go hand in hand with the Common European Agriculture Data Space, is the so-called Horizon Europe Candidate Partnership Agriculture of Data. And the main purpose and objectives foreseen for that partnership is using the possibility offered by data technologies in the field of Earth observation in combination with data technologies to provide support to improve the sustainability performance of the agriculture sector and to improve the capacities for policy monitoring and evaluation. So looking at the timeline, it will be implemented under Horizon Europe Work Programme 23-24, but the preparations and the development for the partnership, the approach towards the partnership are already ongoing. We had webinars earlier this year, and who is interested, there will be another stakeholder webinar on 10th December. So it's also following a co-creation approach with much participation. There is no coordination and support action, but a core group of member states developing the proposal for the partnership under consideration of the stakeholder contributions. So meaning currently 19 countries, not member states in this case, because also associated countries are welcome to join, are developing a partnership proposal. And the core shares are Denmark, Italy, and Spain. And there will be continuous stakeholder involvement to frame the partnership. So, and if I said at the beginning, we are aiming for synergies between the Common European Data Space on agriculture and this partnership, then for instance, this partnership has the potential to highlight how the data in a Common European Agriculture Data Space can be capitalized through research and innovation actions with a particular focus on data-based solutions for the agriculture sector. As a rule of thumb, for the supplementarity between the programs Digital Europe Program and Horizon Europe, we can say that the focus on Horizon is more on research and innovation, and also to some extent capacity building. And for the Digital Europe, it's more about the upscaling of innovation and the deployment and capacity building as we have it for the data space. Other actions relevant under Horizon Europe of direct relevance for the development of the agriculture data space and to allow for informed decision, for instance, on investments in data and digital infrastructure are two topics here in the 221 work program of Cluster 6, focusing on the development on the markets and the use of digital technologies in agriculture, as well as the mechanisms on data economy in the field of agriculture and the effects of data sharing and big data, and to also make it feasible for the end users and the different stakeholders involved in data sharing. Then we have also actions more from the technology point of view under Cluster 4, which are of cross-sector relevance and to further develop technical solutions, for instance, to increase the trustworthy and secure data sharing. I only list some of them. I know that most of you have followed today already a Cluster 4 info session, so I will not repeat that, but only to raise the awareness that also for achieving technology advancements, there are sufficient actions to support the rollout of the data spaces. So we can also differentiate different levels of actions in the field of data and digital infrastructures. And here are some examples. We are acting to some extent at systemic level, for instance, with data spaces and platform of larger scale. Also with the provision of, let's say, more centralized computing capacities and the provision of data, for instance, the high-value data sets. Then we have a kind of intermediate level, for instance, to the providers of database solutions or smaller, let's say, data platforms and joint efforts. Sometimes such joint efforts of data sharing are within larger platforms and there's a community sharing their data. And what is also important for rolling out a sustainable data economy in agriculture is to consider the role of the end users and also to build capacities there. It already starts with hard and software. So if you would like to have more data in, the sensors are important, for instance, to enable the end user to generate more data and to ideally also share and capitalize it and analyze it through the different means. Another important aspect is training and advice. Also trust us advice in the interpretation of data and the use of data. So if we are now looking on the question how the different instruments at European level and sometimes also programmed at national level may go hand in hand and how synergies can be achieved for exactly achieving a sustainable data economy in agriculture, we can here look at only 3 examples of the programs available. So ASA4R, for instance, the Recovery and Resilience Facility and the Connecting Europe facility, where we have more, let's say, larger scale investments in, for instance, data and digital infrastructure and cybersecurity actions. Here we have now Horizon Europe, the Digital Europe program, and the Common Agriculture Policy as examples. And if we are looking at the second column, there you see already the differences in scope. For Horizon Europe, as already mentioned, we have the scope on research and innovation. Then in Digital Europe, we have innovation and deployment, and to some extent capacity building. At the Common Agriculture Policy, we have the level of application and the more end-user focus. So, and the different actions listed here, you see already how they may go hand in hand. It starts with the setup of data spaces supported under the Digital Europe program, the support to decision-making on how to roll out and set up data spaces through research and innovation action, and how to capitalize and the data potentially also supported through research and innovation action, and then to also enable the end users through actions, for instance, under the Common Agriculture Policy, such as advice, training, and also investment support into digital tools and tools relevant for data collection and analysis. So how do the different initiatives interplay? What are the indicated timelines? So if we now take the Common European Agriculture Data Space as central element, so we will have the call out end of this year. And then you see the development over the years of the coordination and support action to expect it to develop approach towards the Common Agriculture Data Space, where we hope to involve stakeholders, member states, and achieve joint efforts. Then followed in 2024 with an implementation action also supported under the Digital Europe program. So in parallel, we have the information generated through different Horizon 2020 actions. And I'm pleased to see that one project is proactively involved today, but also other projects are doing great efforts to support and inform the sustainable data economy and the aspects important to roll in economy and approaches like data spaces out. Then there will be forthcoming Horizon Europe projects quite important to inform also the development of data spaces seen. And at the end, on the bottom of the slide, you find the different legal initiatives where we expect that they frame the conditions for the rollout of the data spaces. And let me conclude. And I think that well supplements the introduction we had by Mario at the beginning. Cornerstone for a sustainable data economy in agriculture, it's not only about technological innovation and linking the data sets. No, we need more. We also need social innovation, including business models, and we need governance structures jointly developed. So governance structures at sector-specific level and cross-sectoral regimes are both important to achieve a sustainable data economy in agriculture and going beyond agriculture. And for achieving a sustainable data economy involving all actors potentially involved, for instance, leaving no one behind among the farmers, capacity building measures are quite important also to increase the overall effectiveness of the data economy and to fully exploit the potential of agriculture data. Thank you, and I look forward to the discussion.
Many thanks, Doris, for this quite comprehensive, multidisciplinary, but also concrete presentation with the opportunities and deadlines to monitor and follow across the different programs. I would have a lot of questions from my side, but I would prefer to leave space for the audience. And we have already 2 questions for you from Emmanuel Mondon. The first one is, most of the high value data sets are coming from space assets. Would you support the idea of creating a data space for data coming from space assets? Can you answer? Sorry, you are muted, Doris.
My apologies. Whether we have a dedicated data space for only space technologies, I don't know whether that is necessary, because many data spaces will be interested in space data. So for instance, looking at agriculture data space data sets and database solutions generated through space data will be relevant. But similarly, for instance, the Green Deal data space is quite interested in space related data sets, and it will be an essential ingredient as well. So the high value data sets, I think it's good that it is related and linked in the questions, will be available for all data spaces and for all interested end users, independently whether a member of a data space or not. And I think so we have to see space data. What would be nice if we don't only think about the raw data of space data, but of end user friendly space database solutions. And I think here the data spaces can play a key role to exactly provide that to their communities in a tailored way. So for the agriculture, for instance, you need the interpretation of the space data. And that, for instance, is an essential task to be achieved, for instance, in the partnership Agriculture of Data, to highlight database solutions, building up on Earth observation data and capitalize Earth observation data through data technologies, providing tailored database solutions for the agriculture sector. And similarly, I expect it to be done for other, let's say, data spaces in other domains. So also mobility might be interested in space data, and not only the Green Deal, but also, for instance, the data space on smart communities, for instance, particularly if it comes to air monitoring there in that case. And so far, I would say space data is quite relevant. It may serve different, let's say, data spaces, and it would be nice if we achieve it that we have tailored database solution building up on space data.
Thanks again, Doris, for this answer. If you can stay, maybe we can check if we have the time for more questions. Thank you so much for the moment again. So now let's increase the zoom and focus on governance perspective at national level. We have Patrick Barrett from the Irish Department for Agriculture, Food and Marine. Patrick, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mario, and good afternoon, everyone. I'll just go to full screen. So I'm hoping to speak to you from the Irish perspective, just to give some level of detail. So just to maybe start off in this sort of transformation path, a little bit like what Doris was describing. We are trying to take the approach where building up from activities that have been funded through our national competitive research programs and also the Horizon 2020 opportunities in the previous framework program period, and now reflecting on the drivers that are coming under the CAP strategic plan process around the agricultural knowledge and innovation system and the outlook on agri-digitalization. Us in the Department of Agriculture, Food and Marine as the lead on the CAP strategic plan is trying to work with relevant national activities on national digital and artificial intelligence strategy development, and work through I suppose, prompting and funding and engagement with industry that has been undertaken through our enterprise agency, and working through various representative groups like AgTech Ireland or various funded clusters on agri-tech and centres of excellence to increase the level of technical innovation that's taking place, and trying to accelerate the ideas from research through various different types of acceleration hubs. But also, like, quite interestingly in Ireland is we have quite a lot of US and international based venture capital funds looking as using Ireland as a hub, working across Europe, looking at the scaling up of agri-digital and agri-tech in innovation. And as a country, we have invested quite heavily in various research centres, pulling together all the main players in tandem with the agri-food industry, but also with a large range of multinational companies that are based in Ireland, including, for example, Microsoft or Origin Enterprises. And I think this kind of uniquely kind of sets out Ireland as a place where there's quite a lot of investment in agri-food technology, so quite a lot of technological innovation, and one of the few countries worldwide to see kind of a deal rise in terms of investment. So that's kind of the landscape that we're working from. And of course, what we have is we have already a significant number of private companies who are dealing with data and data spaces on an ongoing basis. So, for example, I just picked out a few highlights here. Like there's a company called HerdWatch, working across with over 10,000 different types of farms, different sectoral areas, addressing a lot of matters in relation to compliance, data in terms of inputs, etc. We also have one of the Irish Cattle Breeding Federation. It's the largest beef genomics database in the world. We also, and that's a public-private partnership where industry is sort of operationally supported by the Department of Agriculture and strategically. And so it ties in with a lot of different activities that are supported under common agricultural policy. And then there's companies, of course, doing things like, I suppose, soil testing and geotagging of soil testing. And this is allowing for traceability going from the supermarket to the soil. So very much a kind of engagement between the market, the processors of milk and dairy and beef and data applications. Of course, there are some public related matters which would make high relevance in relation to the carbon footprinting of Irish agriculture. And there's quite a lot of, this comes into the social elements, so there's quite a lot of farmers who are parts of these schemes. You can see a beef and lamb assurance scheme with 51,000 members doing 230,000 carbon assessments. And this is schemes that have significant model data flows, as is shown here, and links back to farmer feedback reports, which is outlining the farmer footprint, and alliances between both the Irish Food Board and the Irish Food and Agriculture Development Agencies and their demonstration farm activities. So a lot of link up in the system. But in all of this, we have been following the considerations on governance, data sharing, business models, and the outline on how this might have a socio-economic impact, as has been developing through Europe and through the research funding opportunities. And on our own side in Ireland, we have developed a number of projects, particularly on data use, data security, sharing and ownership in the form of the Agri-Discrete project, largely led by the Walton Institute and Teagasc. And the idea here is that we wanted to develop thinking from all the different actors that were involved in the Irish agri-food sector. So, for example, the Agri-Discrete project worked in a multi-actor manner for the creation of good data governance practices. And it held a range of different workshops looking at challenges and barriers, looking at data sharing management and models, looking at, as Doris would have mentioned, not only the technical elements, but also the social elements and capacity building around, the type of training that the end users might need. Now, this is something that's still in development, but the workshops is informing the development of this type of training. And also around communications on data awareness from farmers, because we know from the Irish Farmers Association, who undertook a digital adoption survey with the farming community, that there's quite a significant amount of both opportunities and risks being highlighted, and these need to be clearly understood and then addressed. So what we're hoping to do to really kind of help Ireland work with our European partners on the development of digitalization is to have this roadmap produced from the Agri-Discrete project, which will have worked with stakeholders to have this kind of review, look at protocols for data sharing, the market models, the different types of business case opportunity, and then how potentially the data value chains might be designed around these rules and procedures and to lead to a functioning value chain. And we've also looked at our Renew 2050 project, which is really looking at foresight and scenario planning around agri-digitalization and really framing that in the context of current and emerging policy developments. And we see this as being absolutely critical. We need to frame the development of the technologies and the use of data in terms of the types of transformation, the agri-food systems, and in framing it into the bioeconomy. So this is where this has led to the development of critical strategic developments that will really, I suppose, set the targets and set the frame for where we hope to enhance the use of technology and data within the Irish agri-food system. The first is the Food Vision 2030 document that was a strategy for government that was released in August of this year and sets out Ireland to be a leader in sustainable food systems. But to enable that, it recognises that we need to have an innovative, competitive and resilient agri-food sector driven by technology and talent. And amongst a range of different goals, we particularly want to develop the digital transition in line with the developments of the CAP strategic plan. And this is about developing a coordinated approach. So this is about the systemic approach and bringing all the actors together. And in particular, one of the elements, of course, that the Department of Agriculture can have their handle on is examining the opportunity for the use of public data. So we already have begun our engagement internally within the department to look at all the data that we have and how this can be, first of all, we're surveying to see what we already have. We know about a good deal of this. And we're also looking at how we can work with this information to develop, I suppose, monitoring and evaluation around the Common Agricultural Policy. But on top of that, we want to build on the Agri-Discrete project. We want to build on where work is going in terms of the EU Code of Conduct on agricultural data sharing and build on this and engage in Europe based on the knowledge. And we want to do this in the outlook of not only a sustainable food system, but the embedding of the food system within a circular and regenerative bioeconomy. And this is the type of thinking that we think is quite important. Sorry, I just want to move on to my next slide. And the next thing to say in terms of the strategic outlook for agriculture is to recognize the role agriculture will play within and land use within our climate action plan for 2021. So what we're seeing is quite significant targets to reduce emissions from 23 megatons of CO2 equivalent to 16 to 18 megatons a CO2 equivalent by 2030. And also quite significant outlook on how we're going to use our land in the future currently in comparison to how it is being used. And really, we already can see then the research community starting to react to this. So one of the things that we think is quite relevant is that we need to have an outlook on data, on the use of satellites in line with how are we going to use renewable energy at the farm level and across landscapes? How are we going to reduce emissions at farm level and across landscapes? How are we going to look at how our soils and land will sequester carbon? How are we going to look at how we build in outlooks on biorefining at farm level and across the landscapes? And how are we going to look at use of data for development of biodiversity and creation of natural capital accounting? And how are we going to quantify on-farm emissions? So how are we going to look at nature-based solutions, data-based solutions, renewable solutions, mitigating and adapting to climate change? And how are we going to have a blueprint to do this at farm level and beyond farm level? And how are we going to have climate traceable products? So this is the type of thinking that we think that the data spaces are going to play a role in. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that was useful in the context of this conversation.
Many thanks, Patrick, for this systemic perspective. Of course, agriculture agriculture is not an isolated domain and needs to be conceived as a part of the whole food system, including the concepts of value chains towards sustainability and the consumer in the end. Now let's switch to the technological perspective, and we start with the challenges ahead with Marco Turpeinen, CEO of 1001 Lakes. Marco, please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mario, well, very nice to be here. First of all, 1001 Lakes is a company from Finland, and we would like to actually make these data spaces happen, enable data ecosystems, build the building blocks, and connect the different actors. So that's my viewpoint, and I will focus on the technical issues, but there will be many links also to other sides where the challenges lie, and it's a combination of technical and other issues often that we actually need to solve. But well, from the previous speaker, so it's easy to follow with this slide. So it seems inevitable that when we want to make these European goals of farm to fork and Green Deal and digital strategy actually happen, so data will play an enormously crucial role. And like we've heard of these new applications and new ways of having very accurate measurement, for example, of carbon footprint, and making that instantly available on consumer handhelds and so forth. So this is all fantastic, but there remains plenty technical challenges on how do we actually do this at a scalable European harmonized level. How does the Irish consumer get exactly the same kind of a service that a Finnish consumer would have with this access to all the way back tracing to the farm? So, and then, you know, if it's important to move the data from farm to fork, it's also important to move the data back from fork to farm. So that's the viewpoint. On the other hand, when we look at the producers or farmers' view on this whole story, so we are facing a very heterogeneous and fragmented technology-wise, but also governance-wise, you know, practice-wise, very fragmented picture. So this is from the Wallonian project Digest Connect in Belgium, and just showing the complexity of all of these different needs, different systems, and the farmer actually has to now operate typically on a one-on-one basis. And this is the problem that the data spaces wants to solve. But again, the technical issues behind are solvable, but they are also hard. So we are facing big hurdles to actually make everything interconnected and interoperable. But the gains, if we can do that, can be really high. So I'm coming to this session also very much from the background of a CSA project called Open DEI, Open Digitizing European Industry, where we actually wrote a white paper on design principles for data spaces, and I'm very quickly just going through the 4 principles that we came up with, and some of these will be something that the forum participants will definitely already recognize, but I think it sort of captures quite well what Europe is trying to get going. So the principle of data sovereignty. So the organizations or individuals should have control when they are the data source, they are the data provider, to actually control what's happening with the data. So kind of capability to be self-sovereign on the data. Then the next principle, data level playing field. So instead of going for
structures that actually incentivize and build monopolistic or concentrated structures, and where competition is on the amount of data that any given entity has. So now let's move more into a world where the quality of data and the capability of interconnecting data is the decisive factor. Then the third principle is decentralized soft infrastructure. So when we define these technical building blocks, also governance building blocks, so let's think of ways in which the underlying mechanisms are not centralized. They can be, really reducing the amount of platform-like control points and having more decentralized basis for our technical infrastructure. So that's the third design principle. And the fourth is on the governance side. So we should have collaboration between the public and private actors. So then another outcome of this paper was this three-level stack, and so at the lower level, so we have the soft infrastructure building blocks, which are then categorized in this paper into four categories. So we have building blocks for interoperability, building blocks for trust, building blocks for value exchange, value capture. We have building blocks for governance. And again, I'm not going into details on any of those, but for example, under trust, there is identities and identity management, and how different technology solutions should actually converge in our future into something which would be harmonized and usable across all of these different data spaces. So the bottom layer is usable for all. Then the middle layer, which I've called here data spaces as commons, and when we talk about common European agricultural data space, so this is the idea that for the domain, so we have the domain specific principles, we have the domain knowledge inbuilt in something that we can call common agricultural data space. It can also include open resources like open data, but the idea is that this is sort of the agreed common basis for this particular domain. And then we have the ecosystems where you have sort of instances of different actors actually building their activities and data sharing on top of the common data spaces that we are enabling. And those ecosystems then can and should also be able to go across different sectors. So if I want to combine my agricultural data with banking and finance or health or mobility, so I should be able to do that if it makes sense for our ecosystems use cases. So that's the idea, and there we need these intermediate structures also on how do we agree on mechanisms, how these different sectors can cooperate and exchange data fluently. And again, technical challenges, many there that need to be resolved. Code of conduct has been mentioned many times. So this is clearly, excellent basis on the agricultural side to start building those, what are the principles also. But it doesn't really say technically much. I mean, this document is at the very high level principle. Now we need to go much deeper into, well, how do we actually implement this? What are the technical mechanisms to implement this fair sharing of data in this domain? One approach that could be helpful there is something that we have worked on in Finland funded by the Finnish Innovation Fund, Sitra, which is called Fair Data Economy Rulebook. And here the idea is that, okay, so let's go deeper then in any data sharing network, any instance of these data ecosystems to define, well, we use these technologies, we use these business models, we use these, more detailed legal agreements for our data sharing. And we consider these ethical issues, we consider these security issues. So it's a template that can help in defining those shared rules, and also the technical basis on which the activities will follow. But then you need to turn these into actual systems, and there the trick is, well, how do we define from these good principles and agreements and on how we share data, actual policies and the actual implementations at the technical level. And here is one approach to that you know, you need to have these usage control rules and how very in a detailed manner you can actually specify what this data can be used for, which purposes, for how long, what needs to be done before and after you have the data. And so there is a lot to do on the technical side then to enable this fine-grained usage control of data that's needed in the data spaces to make this happen. On the other hand, and this is a sample of much larger set of initiatives in Europe. So there are existing programs, existing projects that are already far in you know, thinking of these issues of data sharing, but typically they are local or they are regional. They may be for a country like Agri-Food Data Space Finland, but so DJust Connect was mostly in Belgium, Ag Data Hub is in France, AgriRouter mostly again in Germany. So now the question is, from these different you know, different initiatives, which also have a very different technical basis at this moment, how do we converge into something which is the common European data space? And that's the road that we have ahead of us, and the challenge that we are facing. But to conclude, so we need this fair data economy thinking, and it is needed in the agri-food chain. We can use these design principles to define the basic building blocks and the ways how the agri-food sector can benefit from these more generic approaches around data spaces. There is the sustainability angle that we've heard already earlier, but then we need to think of the existing systems and how those can be used as seeds for the European-wide common European data space. So thank you, and happy to answer questions if you have any.
Many thanks, Marco. I think it was really relevant to introduce the technological part with a reference to the work of the paper Common Design Principle for Data Spaces from the OpenDI project. I think that the principle really set the context. Now we move to possible solutions with Kevin Dooling from the Walton Institute, who will provide a presentation of the Demeter project. Kevin, please, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. So hi, everyone. Excuse me, my name is Kevin Doolan. I'm the Executive Director of the Walton Institute, based in Ireland. And I'm also the coordinator of the Demeter project. Today, I'm going to talk about just a little bit about the need for digitalization, and of course, interoperability is a critical component on that. And then based on all of that, data spaces obviously play a very key role. If we look just briefly at the challenges, and a lot of you will know this, but a lot of the challenges in the ag tech sector, we have to look around some of the sectoral and policy requirements that actually exist today. Modernization of the common agricultural policy is a very critical element. So it has a focus on rebalancing power, as we've already heard, in the food chain, supporting generation and renewal, ensuring fair income and the protection of food and health quality. And a lot of these things can be addressed through digitalization, but there are a number of bottlenecks that have to be overcome in order to do that, such as things like the lack of infrastructure, connectivity, broadband, and so on, to be able to bring cutting-edge technologies much closer to the field. Limited awareness on behalf of the farmers about the benefits that technology can actually bring. You know, it's not just enough to assume that if we build it, they will come, so to speak. Farmer skills, and this was mentioned in one of the previous speakers, farmer skills also need to be updated so they can engage in a more meaningful way and productive way with technology. On the technical side, I suppose interoperability between systems is still relatively limited, although, you know, often through a lack of defined standards or indeed kind of walled garden business models. And additionally, ownership of data is very, very critical. So thinking about the future common agricultural policy, we're trying to rebalance power there, but how can we do it if farmers can't retain their data ownership? So beyond these limiting factors, there's a number of risks, I suppose, that we need to take care of. Like, for example, the digital divide, particularly between, let's say, small farmers and larger multi-farm players. This can really increase if equal access to technology and training isn't provided. And the impact on jobs, of course, as well must be considered, because the more we automate in the ag tech sector, potentially the less we need humans working in this field. To add to the mix, we also obviously have the European Green Deal, and this applies a certain amount of pressures on us. But this can also be seen as an opportunity, because increased technology deployment and increased support of intelligence to go with it can make great inroads towards sustainability, but not without considering some of the challenges I just mentioned. So within Europe, what are we doing about this? Well, obviously the creating these data spaces is one initiative to address this. And broadly speaking, and apologies if I'm repeating a little bit what people have said, but these data spaces in Europe are going to have the features of being rich data pools with varying accessibility rules, enabling free flow of data across different jurisdictions and sectors, being fully compliant with GDPR, providing horizontal frameworks for data governance and data access. And of course, interoperability is a critical core element of these initiatives. And then obviously, if we focus down a little bit more, we're looking at the common European agricultural data spaces as the previous speakers have spoken about. This brings me then to the current group of running projects that are addressing these challenges in varying degrees, as you can see on this slide here from the Commission. As you can see, Demeter is focused within the technology development group of projects with NIDA and Atlas. Atlas is the sister project to Demeter. Although I would argue that Demeter should also overlap somewhat into the uptake column, considering we've launched an open call for new participants, and we're also studying adoption models in the farming sector. So this obviously brings me on to Demeter itself. So just very briefly, sorry. What is Demeter? Well, we're a large-scale project of 60 partners based across 18 different countries. The core goal of the project is to implement interoperability across the agri supply chain from farm to fork, but particularly at a data level. Whereas, just by the way, Atlas project is taking a similar approach, but looking more on the hardware interoperability level as well. To verify the results in the project, we've planned 20 different pilots across 5 major sectors, and these are obviously already underway. And you can get details of those pilots on our Demeter website. But I'll talk a little bit about them later on. And we also have a very significant dissemination of results, particularly through the involvement of the World Farmers Organization. And the map here just shows the spread of our pilots across Europe. So as you can see on this, something similar from another speaker, that the agri-tech landscape is obviously very, very crowded at the moment. And as a result, achieving real interoperability is very difficult. Some of the key challenges related to that are related to the availability of data, multiple different formats that data is provided in, the heterogeneity of data models and semantics used to represent data, and the lack of related standards that dominate this space. So within Demeter, we've tried to address this somewhat by producing what we call the Agricultural Information Model, or AIM. This agricultural information model has 5 main parts to it. There's our core meta model, there's a cross-domain ontology, there's domain-specific ontologies. We also have some pilot-specific ontologies that will facilitate the 20 pilot trials that we're running within Demeter. And we have a metadata schema. And we can actually, if anyone's interested, separately, we can provide working demonstrations of AIM in action. Just to go into a little bit more detail on it, excuse me. So this diagram shows some of the layers of the Demeter agricultural information model. The layered approach that we've taken within Demeter facilitates a number of things like interoperability with existing models, alignment with other models on a module basis rather than across an entire model basis. Extension of domains and areas covered in AIM with additional modules is quite easy to do. And maintenance and updating of domain models. Again, we can just modify only specific modules within AIM to facilitate that. And we're mapping to top-level cross-domain ontologies as well, as you can see. Excuse me, on the slide, like OGC, W3C, SOSA, and so on. Within AIM itself, we're representing multiple different data types, as we show here on the slide. So for example, farm data, so looking at field data, field status, soil data, crop treatment, fertilization data, farm input data, energy consumption data. We also bring in Earth observation data like satellite, remote sensing imagery, soil maps, vegetation indices, and so on. And also meteorological data like temperature, humidity, wind speed, direction, and solar radiation and pressure, and so on. Also agricultural machinery data, like engine data, fuel consumption. So for example, within Demeter, we have a number of partners looking at precision agriculture and in-service machine monitoring and things like that as one of our pilots. We also can represent data quality metrics. We're looking at field operation data, livestock data, traceability data, particularly around transport, financial farm data and benchmarking and KPIs, and farmer information. So it's very, very broad in terms of the data sets applicable to agriculture that we build into AIM. And as we see it, then AIM forms a very core part of common agricultural data spaces. We've actually joined forces with a number of other projects and initiatives like Atlas, Smart Agri Hubs, Gaia-X, and a few others. We're in the process of preparing a white paper that shows the different architectural approaches we're taking to addressing common agricultural data spaces, and we hope to get that published in the next month or so. It's still a work in progress. Just coming back a little bit on semantic interoperability as well within AIM. So we provide the basis here to enable semantic interoperability within a data space. We can define data elements like concepts, properties, and relations that are relevant to agricultural applications. And this includes the semantics associated with the information to be exchanged. And then within AIM, we establish semantic mappings to various other standards and ontologies. And a lot of these you'll probably recognize as having come from previous and current EU projects like FIWARE, the NGS-ILD, ETSI, Safe for Agri, EU initiatives like Inspire and Foodie, and others like OGC's EO standards, ISO standards, KUDT, and other dominant solutions like ADAPT. So we're trying to bring this all together within a common agricultural information model, as we call it AIM. So the next steps for the AIM itself, basically we want to be able to extend it with more traceability aspects and concepts. We want to integrate more with Isobus, further interaction with Gaia-X, which you're going to hear a talk about Gaia-X soon, as far as I remember, about a European project that aims to create decentralized data ecosystems for Europe, which can be applied into multiple verticals such as agriculture. We also want to carry on extending AIM with more technology specific to the actual pilots that we're running within Demeter. And by the way, the output of all of this work will be provided in one of our upcoming deliverables in October 2022. And obviously all deliverables will be made available on the Demeter website. Just to conclude, to verify AIM and the other interoperability aspects we're building within Demeter, just to very briefly mention some of the pilots that we're running. So as I said, we've got 20 pilots, and they're organized into 5 broad categories. And each of these has a slightly different focus. So for example, we've got in the arable crop sector, we're looking at water and energy management. For example, smart energy management in irrigated crops or optimal rice irrigation. Also under arable crops, we're looking at some precision farming related work, as I mentioned already, the in-service agricultural machinery condition monitoring, our data brokerage systems and decision support systems. In the fruit and vegetable sector, we're looking at issues around crop health and quality. So for example, we have a pilot on decision support systems for olive growers. We've also got a set of pilots around animal health. So we've got dashboards for the milk and the meat production chains, for example. And then finally, we have a number of cross-sectoral pilots where we're looking, for example, at pollination optimization in apiculture or enabling transparency in the poultry industry supply chain. Yeah, you might wonder why we're doing such a broad range of pilots within the project. Well, that the solutions that we're building within Demeter are relevant in multiple agricultural sectors and can be deployed in as diverse settings as we can find. So that's my brief talk. I hope I kept to the 10 minutes. Thanks for your time, and my contact details are there if anybody wants to follow up.
Many thanks, Kevin, for your presentation and bringing the experience and solutions from the Demeter project. Now let's see how all of these can be integrated at the European level. I leave the floor to Stefan Steen from DFKI, who will provide a flavor of what could be sustainable development from a technological perspective, thanks to GaiaX. Stefan, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks, Mario, and thanks for the invitation. Yeah, the next few minutes are about GaiaX and an agriculture data space in Europe. And I'm professor at the University of Applied Science in Osnabrück for intelligent agriculture systems. And I'm working for the German Research Center for Artificial Intelligence. And regarding GaiaX, I'm ambassador of the aggregate domain in the German GaiaX Hub and working in the European group, but more on this later. So why do I invest time in GaiaX, and why do I think that GaiaX is an option for a European agriculture data space? Because GaiaX is from the beginning a domain spanning initiative. Already the other speakers mentioned this point, how important it is that we do not set up an isolated agriculture data space. Because as agriculture itself, the data space should have connections and interoperability with the other domains. So if you think about the documentation needs of a farmer, the data space should have a connection to the public sector, for example, but also a finance data space or retail and food data space. They are all interconnected. And this is the base idea also of GaiaX, that we do not have isolated domains, but that we have domains for each of these, or that we have working groups for each of these domains dealing with how to set up data spaces in these domains using the core technologies provided by GaiaX. And what are these core technologies? GaiaX has set up in the last 2 years a so-called meta standard for data spaces. We talked a lot in the different domains, which of course is very ambitious to not only set up an agriculture data space, but also set up a public sector and mobility data space and all together and take all the different boundary conditions of all these domains. But they managed to come up with an architecture proposal. And currently we are in the process of implementing a reference infrastructure or a reference model providing so-called federation services. And these federation services set up the base technology for data spaces in each of these domains. And as Marco already said, one of the important services here are identity and trust. So identity management is needed in each data space, independent of its agriculture or mobility or finance or whatever. And so these are the core components. And yeah, we have one project going on in the German Gaia-X Hub dealing with setting up the base or the reference implementation, and there will be a joint sister project in France that work together with this project, and we will have a first open source implementation of these federation services in the next year. And yeah, why this is important to have these services that are based for data space, because there as also the other said, there will not be this one big agriculture data space, and this is also an idea that is based in the core of Gaia-X, that we will have multiple hundreds of data spaces. And these data spaces will be set up by a federator that provides these federation services to the participants of this data space that the federator is spinning up. But due to the fact that they all use the common base technology, these federations are in general interoperable. And this is the core of all of these, so that we if we come back to agriculture, we will not have one big data broker in agriculture. We will have a network of federations. We will have a network of data spaces that are interoperable. And of course, ontology, data vocabulary, and all these things that were mentioned are really important. And there has to be an ongoing discussion which federator speaks which ontology, how can we merge different federators so that they are interoperable. But I think what makes Gaia-X really suited for this is that we have a base technology that brings these federator in a common frame, so that they are able to talk about ontologies, vocabulary, and if they join or not. So I'm also of the opinion we have regional specialties in agriculture. So not of these federators has to speak exactly the same ontology and data vocabulary, but the standardization in the future can be that these federators interact with each other and talk about what is a common standard and what can we put in the standard that all these federators have in common and speak. But of course, as Marco already mentioned, there are core questions that we have to solve to achieve this, because we do not start from scratch. So also the others mentioned this. There are already data brokers out there on the market that deal with data exchange in a certain environment that brings together different partners in the agri-food landscapes. And these data brokers and so also federators worked for years to set up trust, to set up a sustainable business model, to set up the technology. And we will not be successful if we say, here, this is the Gaia-X data broker, and from now on, please use this data broker. So it's also, if we talk about what is the right technology to set up an European agriculture data space, we have to think about what is the right technology to serve as glue between already existing solutions out there. And yeah, and the other core question is within Gaia-X, we have also different technologies that are discussed there. So Gaia-X more or less defines a meta standard. A meta standard that has to be solved to set up to set up a data space, and we provides a reference implementation of this data space. So the Gaia-X Federation services are these reference implementations, but there are also other implementations like an Ocean Protocol-based one, or the Eclipse Data Space Connector together with the International Data Space that provide or fulfills this meta standard. And we have to talk about this in the agriculture domain in Gaia-X. Which of these technologies is best suited to the needs of the agriculture domain? And this is also something where I think Gaia-X is suited for the process of setting up an agriculture data space, because we invest a lot of time in the last months and year to set up these groups that are suited for exactly this discussion. So Gaia-X is organized in hubs. So in the different countries in Europe, there are Gaia-X hubs for these countries. And in each of these hubs, there are the different domains where Gaia-X should provide data spaces. And then we have, for example, an agriculture domain in the German hub, in the Belgium hub, in the Finnish hub, Italy hub. And then we have a European working group that brings together these different agriculture domains from the different hubs, so that we have an interconnection of the different needs of the different countries in Europe, and have the place where we can talk about exactly these interoperability topics and which technology to go for. And it's not only adapting Gaia-X, but it's also providing boundary conditions for Gaia-X. So telling Gaia-X what is the need of the agriculture domain, what should Gaia-X provide to be adaptable in the agriculture domain. And I think this was it from my side. I want to conclude with an invitation. So it's we're working together there on Gaia-X in agriculture. And if you're interested, please go and contact your national hub, or contact me, and then let's talk together about setting up data spaces with Gaia-X in agriculture. Thanks.
Many thanks, Stefan, for your presentation and bringing the vision of Gaia-X across agriculture and several other domains. Now let's quickly take the shoes of farmers and leave the floor to Giorgio Canocchi from Coldiretti. Giorgio, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Mario. I think we are a little bit of schedule, so I'll try to say a few minutes, but provide the message. So yes, I'm Giorgio Canocchi. I'm the Chief Technology Officer in Coldiretti Blu Arancio. Coldiretti is a confederation of farmers, one of the biggest, probably the bigger in Italy, with several hundred of thousands of farmers as a member. And in such a context, I follow several things, starting from the precision farming stuff. And somehow I have this kind of privileged point of view, because I interact daily with farmers, trying to put the connection between services, technology-based services, and what the real needs are from farmers. So I've been asked to provide the farmer perspective. Let me try to give a very pragmatic concept today, because it is what we need, I believe. The context has been already somehow presented several times with my colleagues in the previous presentations. The innovation in agriculture is moving fast. Technology solutions are there, almost there. Although from a farmer's point of view, sometimes they may appear too complex. And new players in this space are showing up every day, every single day. If on the right side of this slide, there is the Demetra platform that we leverage at Coldiretti for our farmers. Nice, the similarity with the Demetra project. And I meet every single day a new player to interact with. The same for the farmers. At their premises, they receive every single day the new proposal and stuff like that. Data is the king in this game. Many of you mentioned already, although the kingdom is still quite difficult to manage or unclear how to manage. So at the end of the story, the context challenge is quite clear. There is a lot of movement, a lot of positive progress in the context. The big risk, especially for the final user, let me call it in this way, may be confusing. And in fact, what about farmers? Farmers are, well, I have a 30 years experience as a consultant. Probably I would define them the most difficult clients I ever seen. But apart the joke, actually they are not data scientists. The new generation are more and more prepared, etc. But I mean, it's not their role. They are not the technology guru. They are entrepreneurs. And so as such, they have to manage daily, every single day, the issues related to plant diseases, weather forecast, irrigation needs, is the olive whitefly, I don't know if the translation is correct, coming, and so I need to provide a treatment. I mean, very tangible, pragmatic, day-by-day issue management for their company. It's sure that they are a little bit skeptical. They are resistant. Sharing data is something that still they don't understand very well. But at the same time, and again, I experience this continuously, their ears are burning because they know that there are opportunities from technologies to improve. That there is something that they can adopt to be more effective, more cost effective, get more revenue, be more profitable, at the same time contributed to the sustainability, to the traceability. So to all the stuff that is going to be to create a better ecosystem. The only issue is that they need to get clear messages. To give you an example of the gap, the communication gap, it's in Italy, but I'm quite sure it's a common phenomenon in Europe. We recently did in Coldiretti a quite extensive survey, many questions, but I put here just a couple about precision farming. Look on the right-hand side, on the left-hand side. Have you ever heard the precision farming term? If you analyze a little bit the results, the vast majority didn't hear it at all, don't know what it is, or yes, maybe stuff like that. So imagine speaking to them about NDVI index on vegetation stuff or other parameter, etc. Something that is important, but we need to communicate it, to educate. Probably Coldiretti as a confederation is not probably, is doing that every single day as part of the service, but it's something that we all have to do that. The same on the right-hand side. No? Farmers think that precision farming is for big companies only, and this is not true because in between there are many differences that we can leverage, and for everyone, it's something that is going to be beneficial not only for giants, but for everyone in the space. And there are several other challenges that create a confusion or in any way some uncertainty on data space and on technology from the farmer's point of view. So understand really the benefit. We go often speaking to farmers discussing about satellite observation, earth observation, sensor data collection. Nice, good. So what do we do with that? This is a very pragmatic question. It is going to cost me something, but I will get a better production and improvement. I will save money. I will get more revenue. I will contribute to the sustainability. All basic questions that often the players, and I mean all of us, often do not answer in a proper way because we tend to be to use the language that is part of our skills and not part of their skills. and so on. Sometimes all this stuff has been mentioned many times. The importance of having a smart integration of the food supply chain, or how to drive correctly the investment. Something has been mentioned also, is not in this list, about legislation on the first intervention from the European Commission colleague. So several changes that are all up to us in order to improve the farmer perspective. So in few words, guys, I believe that the concept for farmer perspective is complex and simple at the same time. I mean, they are willing to leverage data spaces and to leverage new technologies, but they need to be convinced and understand what they're going to do, because otherwise we will go nowhere. We can do the best system in the world, we can create the best integration and data interoperability in the world, but fail in the adoption. No? So focus on simple, cost-effective, sustainable data space and technology solution means that once we think tanks, we believe we create something, we are also able to provide it in terms of communication explanation to the farmers, and so on and so on. Focus on education, something that at Coldiretti we do daily. And last but not least, as I mentioned, it is important to drive investment and clarify how there is the return of investment on data spaces integration and precision farming integration. It's all up to us. That's for sure. And I wanted to conclude mixing a couple of concepts coming from Edward Deming, that is a famous manager from the US, no? That without data, you are just another person with an opinion. And the concept coming from the big physicist, Richard Feynman. Yes, with data, you have an opinion that is relevant, but is relevant based on your capacity to convey it to another. So let's start identifying solutions, making good stuff, but also being able and making an effort to communicate it to the final users, in this case, are the farmers. Thanks, and Mario, up to you.
Many thanks, Giorgio. The presentation was very suggestive and inspirational. Unfortunately, we do not have time for more specific questions. We are already late. So let's move to a key pillar for many things that have been said today. I leave the floor to Daniel Azevedo, who will bring the perspective of Copa-Cogeca and provide a focus on the code of conduct of agricultural data sharing by contractual agreement. Daniel, the floor is yours. Thank you.
So I think you can see it. And okay, so first of all, I would like to, coming from a family background in Portugal, and North Portugal is for me a privilege to be here and to be the voice of 22 million farmers and 22,000 cooperatives across Europe. I think I would like to salute also most of the speakers, because they made my life easier. Most of the key points have been mentioned, so I would say that my presentation will be kind of a wrap up of the conclusions. In Copa-Cogeca, we have set up a task force on agriculture technology. This task force was very important in the development of our positioning in terms of the digital technologies, but in particular on the code of conduct. So in order to save time, I will share the slides later. You can know a little bit more about Copa-Cogeca. But the one important aspect that you must know is that we are committed to the EU common policies. And at this stage, there are a few policies very important for us. So in this conversation, this digital single market and also research and innovation policies are quite important. We hope they will deliver in practical terms for European farmers and cooperatives. Also, the common agricultural policy that has delivered the most integrated single market and provided affordable, safe and nutritious food to almost 500 million EU citizens and beyond. But also there are a couple of things that are very important, climate change, where we're committed to Paris Agreement, but also the Green Deal. And here it's the main question that we all agree with the principles. The main question is how we are going to implement the Green Deal. And one important aspect is the access to technologies and why digital is so important for us. I think this summarizes a little bit what all the previous speakers have mentioned. It is important to farm, optimize our use of resources, to be more efficient. It's better for the environment, to improve the function of the food chain, to allow us to create more value by, for example, providing information to the consumer, and also to improve the life conditions of farmers, simplify, modernize controls and the CAP. But the most important is actually to provide information to farmers so that they can take better decisions. So, but why is this important to us? Because increasing sharing of data is happening. Farmers have more and more data. They are sharing the data. And I for example, when the previous speaker from Coldiretti was mentioning, yes, it's true. Farmers, not all of them have heard about precision farming. But if you ask them, do you use a small robot? Do you use a feed robot? Do you use a thing? They do use already these technologies. They use their mobile, etc. They are creating data, and it is important that we enable them to create a value. But we also see that there is a big difference between the players, and it is very difficult for the storage in the farm to store massive amounts of data in the farm. And there's data for the same farmer now spread over different service providers or different devices, different parts of the chain. So there are a lot of questions in terms of interoperability and in particular lack of infrastructure. I think a very important point that we do share the opinion that we need to share more data. We need to make it easier for the farmer to share data. But we also need to realize that not all the data can be shared widely to everyone across the chain. That does not necessarily mean that you will create value, because there are some data that are sensitive. There is data that should be in the hands of the people that know how to work with it and create value, and not on the hands of everybody. So it is important that some of the data is also protected, because otherwise we'll undermine the investment that the farmer has done in a collection of data, but also the trust in the system. And I just want to give an example, because a few years ago, the data referring to a GM crop of a Portuguese farmer was made public, and all his investment was destroyed in less than 5 minutes because some people don't agree with that and they just destroy it. So it is important that we make sure that the data is in the right hand to create value. That's how we are going to create the value. Now, as many of you have underlined it, there are some questions that we need to answer, and we need to make sure that EU policies will support the creation of value. And for that, we need also the technical systems, as was mentioned several times, both by Marco and by Kevin. We need to have the proper infrastructure, access to broadband, fixed interoperability, but we also need to have the skills for the farmers and the people that work on the farms, the staff, and in the rural areas, to make sure that not only we have the skills for our farms, but that we also have the ecosystem around that works. Access to investment and then access to innovation research. It is important that this starts in the farm, that this is there to solve the problems of the farm, starting to create value, and then it will spread. And also, we cannot do this if we don't have an innovative, friendly regulatory framework. This is important for access to technologies, and in this particular, there are some trials for drones, for example, but they cannot. But we also have a regulation that does not enable the full spraying of fields from aerial capability. So we need to work on this. And also, for example, we can't, for the moment, we don't have access to the new genomic techniques, which will be important. The Commission works on this on the way forward. And at the same time, we are working on the Data Governance and Data Act that will enable all this digital revolution. And this is important, this work that is extremely important. And talking about this, that's why we together with other European organizations, we started working on some principles to share this data. So this was a political document where, together with our members and our task force, we came to realize that it will be important first to have a proper conversation about what does it mean data sharing. That second, what will be the principles that will be important for the European farmers and their cooperatives to respect in order to share the data and to create a trust, to create transparency, to define the different responsibilities of each partner. And now we knocked the door of 10 other European organizations. They have joined us on this endeavor. And this was the beginning of the discussion on data. And this was very important because all were in agreement on a few certain principles. One of them is that the right on data produced on the farm or during the farm operation should be attributed to the farmer and may be used extensively by him or her. And so that the farmer has this leading role to control and access the data that is generated. That's why it is important to provide him the necessary tools that he can actually take advantage of the data that he is investing on. And also it is important to keep the right data in the right hands and to protect the sensitive data, because there is some data that is important, for example, for the functioning of the machines. You do not need that data to be widely spread. These should be just the hands of the people that need to fix the machinery, for example. And this was very important because these principles that are online, and you can check it on our website if you want to know more. These principles were perhaps the basis for the work of the European Commission that is coming into, that is now on there. And as it was mentioned by Doris, we hope that all this work from the Commission will work on the basis of this code of conduct. But of course, this was a political document. There are some aspects that will need to be further developed or transformed in a technical means to enable farmers. Now, we have seen that after the code of conduct at the European level, there were several initiatives in the different member states, some of them using some of the input, of course, some of them going a little bit further, taking different approaches, but there was like this developed also by the farmers organization in France, where they created a wide list for those operators that were following the code of conduct. But we also see, for example, in Spain and Wallonia, where they are working now on a new code that could set the principles. We have seen also, for example, in Germany, a more pragmatic approach where they just agree on the main principles. And we know also that the government has made a report on the code of conduct and what is missing, what could go forward. And that's why this is very, very interesting for us now to see that our other initiatives that are being built. We have heard today on the different initiatives. We have seen about the Smart Agri-Hubs, the IOF also as well. I think it will be important to follow the work of GaiaX. It's something that we are also very interested. We have seen Just Connect, for example. And we also participate in a different EU projects. We're working mainly on supporting our members. Sometimes we are in the advisory board, and we help a lot on the dissemination among the farmer community. And also we are working, following very closely on the data governance that is now being finalized, which will support the work. And we'll be following the Data Act, which is very important. Will have, as explained by Doris, will have important consequences for this discussion. But for us, what is very important is first the consent of the farmer, to make sure that the farmer has an informed consent, that he can control the access and the collection of data. It is important to have a proper digital identification, and also that the rules that will be applied to the European data for farmers, they are applied by EU rules, and that we need to ensure that there is a level playing field for the operators that are on the data. Now, there is a mistake there, but of course, for us also, because there are so many initiatives already, the most important is to make sure that the data space will connect these different initiatives to make sure that there is kind of a data highway where the data can easily move from one to another. And if the farmer is no longer happy with the service provider, he can retrieve his data and can bring it to another where he will find additional value. So the most important is really that to give the means to the farmers to manage and better valorize his data. Before concluding, I think it would be important also to underline the role of the agri-cooperatives in Europe to support this work. We have seen a lot of agri-cooperatives in Europe are working in here, are investing and making this possible. and they are supporting their farmers on the collection of data, building the infrastructure, providing the know-how, providing some of the skills, helping them with investment, knowing what to do with it, but also very important to manage different systems that will enable, for example, to better work with for example, inputs. So to understand which farmer needs what, when, how, and how much, and then working with them, building on the storage and delivering the service to the farmer. So I would like to underline the role of the agri-cooperatives. And again, like this, we would like to conclude. There is a lot to say, but most of it has been said. So I will leave some time for questions and answers. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Daniel. This was the last great and really relevant presentation in this session. We have no time left, unfortunately. I hope to follow up with all of you. The focus of this session was to really stay in the early stages of the agri-food value chain. The next time we might consider to involve the consumer side and see how sustainable value can be produced and distributed across the chain. So many thanks again to the speakers, to the audience. We will try to follow up with questions afterwards, thanks to the ABDF team, but we do not have time for the moment. Special thanks to Angelo Marguglio, Davide Dalle Carbonara, and Nuria De Lama, the whole ABDF team for the support. I will see you the next time. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye.